Um, Guten Tag to all the listeners. Konnichiwa. Hola. Hello.
So in last week's session, the party found their way back to Phandalin after settling things to the northwest. Um, not back in town for long, they received a gift from the White Dragon in the form of the Ogre Tiny's head dropped from the sky. After spending a little time, a few days preparing, building some equipment, collecting some gear, the party set out eastward bound to meet up with Kern, their half-orc friend who was camped to the south with the Rock Seekers. They met up with Kern just north of the narrow mountain pass through which they'd traveled in the past, and heard a tale of blood and signs of battle atop the pass, where once the party skirted narrowly around a troll, it appears that Falky's Dragon Slayers met their untimely end there. While fighting the troll, it appeared they were ambushed by the dragon. The party, with Kern, traveled further eastward, camping at the foot of the mountains in the shadow of Icespire Peak. That night, in Louis' arcane cabin, they were awoken to the sight of the dragon perched up the cliff from their abode. A brief confrontation found the dragon face to face with one of Louis' fireballs, and it disappeared into the night. And so, as we begin with dawn breaking and the party awaking, still in the comfort of the cabin, although it is about to fall. We'll see what happens as we ascend Icespire Peak. What would you like to do as light breaks over the distant hills?
What did we find of the previous party? Did we find their remains, or did Kern go past their remains?
Kern went past their remains. I don't believe he found much.
He said there was siege weapon remains, that much for sure.
Right, yeah. So the remains of Tiny's ballista was there. The signs of battle, the slain troll.
But did he find other corpses? Like, is there anyone from that party that we think might still be alive?
He did not find corpses. One of the things that that Louis would have read about white dragons is they prefer to eat frozen flesh, oftentimes taking their fallen prey back to their lair to freeze and dine on later.
So we don't know for sure that the entire party is dead, but we think it likely they're either dead or they're frozen or they're with the white dragon, right?
Correct.
Or they ran away.
Right.
Cool. Well, the little hut starts to give everyone a 5-minute warning, and then it poofs out of existence.
Wait, did you say it rings out a 5-minute warning?
Attention, inhabitants. The hut will be closing in 5 minutes. Please make your final selections.
Is it bilingual? Does it also repeat the announcement in Flanish?
Yeah, of course. Well, it's actually, you can actually understand it in any language. It's just, but it doesn't repeat over and over. That would get tedious.
Of course, how
Not
absurd.
Not that anything else that I do is tedious. But...
Well, I guess we should continue making our way up the mountain. Do we want to stealth up the mountain, or do we just go?
Well, the good news is you have Kern with you, and you are headed to his former home. He knows this area quite well. And so that's going to give you a leg up on your venture up the mountainside. Kern is already awake as light breaks over the horizon. He's actually outside, and he appears to be just surveying the horizon. Give me a second here, and I will make a perception check. Not great. Not great for our special boy. You find him outside the cabin, just staring off into the distance. Oh, morning. So are we ready to go?
I believe so.
I guess we're really doing this then. All right.
You can still back out if you want.
No. When we get close, I have a spell prepared. It will help us find it, but I can only cast it once. It'll tell us for up to an hour if the dragon's nearby or if it's not. Might help us know if we're walking into a trap, or maybe get in there before it shows up. But now that
Sounds
it
good.
knows we're here, I wouldn't put it past it to attack us on the way.
Well, I'm hoping I can help with that a little. And she will go ahead once the chateau is down. She'll cast Pass Without a Trace on everyone.
All right. What is the duration on that? An hour.
It's an
Okay.
hour.
How far do we think that we are from Kern's home, former home?
He says it's the journey up the mountain will probably find us reaching our village before nightfall, but not much before. So we have a decision to make. Well, I should tell you, the village is below the hold where this thing, I think, lives. What's left of it. The last time I saw it, it was mostly destroyed. There's probably a safe place, a shallow cave nearby I know of we could camp in, or we could go straight to its lair and attack it. I wouldn't stay out in the open very long. It's maybe half an hour to 45 minutes up the mountainside beyond our village to reach the hold.
Then I guess we better get a move on.
Yeah, I guess we head to that cave then, if we'll reach it by nightfall.
Right. Well, here we go. And he collects his pack, and you all set out. The trail is wide at first, and it begins to narrow. And as you make your way up this narrow path, first up a ravine, and then before long you find it winding up the cliff face. Eventually switchbacking around right above where you were. I need you all to make stealth checks.
Is this with Pass Without Trace on, or?
Mm-hmm.
It is,
Okay.
yeah. So we'll just manually add 10 to each one of yours.
Son of a.
Oh,
Wow.
man.
Wow.
Can you all combine to reach my score?
Yeah, Jesus. That's.
Oh, boy.
Actually, you literally have the total of the rest of us.
Yep.
Yeesh.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, the lowest one is still a 5 or a 15. That's not bad, you know?
Yeah. So ranging from 15 to 33. Wow. That's well, let's see. I need to make just a couple of rolls here.
Lunalia is not used to snow and ice. I don't know what Noro and Rogar's excuse is.
Rogar is. He's kind of used to it, but it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Just
Rogar's
making a couple rolls and doing a quick math.
Rogar's excuse is that he spent too much time around dwarves.
Aren't dwarves used to mountains as well?
Yeah, but they're also used to being loud.
Question.
Lunalia's tripping over her damn coat.
That's true, probably. Does Rogar wear boots, or do his dragon feet just stick out?
You know, I don't really know if Dragonborn have flat feet or if they've got what are they called? Those weird ankles.
Oh, what is that? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like, yeah.
Even if they have those backward ankles, they'd still have boots, maybe?
I'll leave it up to you. I mean, Rogar has cold resistance, right? So,
Yeah.
I would imagine that boots or not, the weather doesn't really bother him up here. As you ascend, seemingly undetected, you find the climb is relatively easy, although the path narrows in places. There are places where rubble, shale has washed across the path. You find it precarious. Definitely showing signs of, a path that hasn't been traveled in some time and hasn't been maintained. I would like two of you. Actually, sorry, I'd like one of you to make a survival check, assisted by Kern, for advantage.
Okay, I'll do it. I'm rolling advantage.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do the other one.
Just one roll's good. Oh wow.
Oh.
You find it slow going. The path isn't dangerous if you go slow, but there are definite places where, and as you climb higher, the temperature drops. Between the wash of loose shale and the eventual frost and then solid ice that rimes the rocky mountainside, you find yourself quite slowed. Several times, Lunalia, with your passive perception, you become aware of something following you or maybe watching you. You don't see anything, but you can't help shake the feeling that you're being watched.
She would mention this quietly to the others.
Is anybody going to do anything about it, or are you just going to keep marching ahead?
Yeah, so she'd mention it to the others. She's gonna stop for a minute and press herself right against the rocks and really focus on listening.
Okay. Make a perception check. There is a... you hear the sound before you see the sight. There's something moving. Probably a person. You catch just a glimpse of a figure, humanoid, in the distance down the trail behind you, just around the corner of a switchback. It seems to come around the corner and just stop and flatten itself against the rocks, perhaps noticing that your party has stopped. 70 feet away. As you look down to your right, the trail falls sharply away and then curves around a corner, doubling back on itself further down to the left.
I know you're back there. You're not as stealthy as you think. You might as well come out.
I'll cast Mage Armor on myself.
I'll do the same.
And that's good for, 8 hours. Good. Dead quiet. Just the whistle of wind.
70 feet away, you say?
Mm-hmm.
It's your last chance to come out before I send our big friend down to find you.
Rogar is going to knock an arrow and just wait.
She'll wait 5 seconds, and then she'll nod to Noro. If you'd be so kind as to have a look.
Then Doros agrees and he starts making his way there.
Do we have time
Pierre
to chase things
follows
down the
closely.
mountain?
What was that?
Just asking the party if we have time to chase things down the mountain.
It's only 70 feet.
Yeah, Noro can make it there in what?
A round, I think.
Just
Yeah.
over a round, probably 1 round if he runs, if he sprints.
Oh, he's got those boots too.
That is true.
She's going to go down 10 feet behind Noro.
All right.
Pierre will tromp down with them as well. Traipse. That was the word. Traipse.
There we go. As you approach the wash of several large stones, the figure steps out from behind him, slowly, moving as if somewhat pained. Lunalia, you recognize one of Valky's Dragon Slayers, the human man. Long hair, dark trench coat over leather armor. The coat is tattered and shredded down one arm, and you can see his bare arm's been bandaged heavily. He's got a nasty scar across his face, sort of from right temple down to left cheek, that is deep and swollen. He looks like he's been through quite a fight. He looks up at all of you as he steps out, with a look of anger on his face.
Were you following us?
That's right.
Where's the rest of your band?
What do you fucking think? They're dead. You sent
Well,
us
we
to
knew
a
Tiny was.
He looks at Rogar. You sent us into a trap. We ran into a troll up top of that pass. The dragon fell on us while we were fighting it. We didn't have a chance. I'm
Well,
here to
I did
settle
say that we
things.
spotted the dragon there.
I suppose you didn't know there was a troll up there just waiting for us. I'm here to settle things, you and me.
Are you sure you're in a condition to fight?
Oh, come now. Is there really a need for fighting? It was just a misunderstanding. We told you where we saw the dragon. That's where we saw the dragon. We told you not to come, okay? We said you should not do this, and you said that you could handle it. So don't come to us and say that you think that we deceived you. No. You came to fight a dragon at your own risk. Please, join us or be on your way.
It sounds to me like you encountered the dragon exactly where he told you we had seen it. Explain to me how this is a trap.
Or even why we're here.
And I suppose you're off somewhere unrelated? Or are you hunting this thing too? You're after our piece of coin. It's all too convenient. You sent us off to die, and you take our money.
I mean, you knew at the town that we were also taking up the commission.
Yeah, since we
We-
remember like a race.
We also happened across information that you guys didn't after you left. Should we have sent you a message to tell you the accurate information after the fact?
His eyes narrow as he just stares at you angrily. I'm only going to say it one more time. You and me, right now. The rest of you can be on your way.
You want to fight on the side of a mountain before a dragon's lair. Could this not wait until later? Help us bring this beast down, settle your differences afterwards.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, Jesus. Come on, anything over 10.
That is over 10. What makes you think that the lot of you are any better off than we were? What makes you think that you're not walking into as dangerous a situation?
It's just as dangerous. But I have faith in my friends and my abilities. I didn't know anything about your party other than they were full of bluster.
It's not a matter of if we can or if we can't. The dragon dropped Tiny and a ballista bolt into the center of town. Who's to say he won't just come and attack the town? If we don't take care of the dragon, someone else has to before more people die.
Fine. Go fight your dragon. I'll be waiting for you when you're done, if you live.
Can Lunalia insight check him?
Sure.
She wants to know if he'll actually wait. Or if he's going to jump us.
Mm-hmm.
Poker?
Yes.
Yes.
Are we near a ledge?
There's a ledge
Oh,
right behind
no.
him, dude.
I'm going for the big boot.
Oh no!
Well,
I'll
Lunalia,
wait till now.
his deception check ended up with a 4, despite his decently high charisma. You get a strong feeling that he's certainly not going to sit here and wait, partway up the mountainside. And you just can't shake the idea that he would follow you and maybe do something to sabotage your efforts or attack in the middle of something or yeah.
Lunalia's going to let out a sigh and look down at the ground. Why must people always lie? Noro.
My pleasure.
Noro, are you making a move towards him?
Oh yeah.
All right. If you make a move towards him, he is going to use a ready to action on you.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find the damn thing in his. There it is. He casts. You see a wand drawn from a small leather holster on his leg as you move towards him, and he casts web on you.
Okay.
I'll counterspell it.
Of course you will.
Alrighty. Give me just a second here. Yeah, you can counterspell a spell cast from a wand, right?
Yeah, it's still a spell that's being cast. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the process of casting a spell. Didn't really say.
Is there any background audio going, or just out of curiosity? I'm not.
Yeah, there
hearing
is.
it.
Yes. Sounds like.
Yeah, it's not playing. Let me just refresh here.
I was gonna say I hear wind and.
Yeah, it's stalled in my browser.
Oh.
There it goes. Thank you.
Wow.
Yep. Expend one of its charges to cast the web spell. It is counterspelled. As the he quickly draws this slender wand, and Noro, the surprise of this quick ready to action fizzles, as does the spell. There's just a puff of smoke out of the tip of the wand. And he looks down at it. Ah, fuck. Looks back up at you as you reach for him.
Yeah, I just go boot to chest.
Alrighty, make that grapple check. This is a shove action,
Yeah.
so it's a contested.
Oh my god!
Oof.
He'll roll
Why
over.
you do this to me?
He is going to
Oh wow,
he very
nice.
quickly spins out of the way, and bolts, running down the switchback, down the trail below you.
Man,
Now,
that was
I
a critical
suppose
fail.
if you guys want to go after him, we can roll initiative.
Yeah, we should go after him.
Yeah.
The fake creatures following us. Get him.
They're not after him, though. We can't afford to have somebody on our back while we're trying to sneak up a mountain and kill a dragon.
Right, it's gonna sabotage.
I'm just going to drag you guys onto this map so that we can not peer. So we can...
Oh, damn it. I rolled again so I'd get on the tracker. Wasted 20, of course.
Oh, man.
That's fine, because he rolled a 1.
What?
Were you
Why am
able
I
to
rolling?
correct it from a 20 to a 5? Like, just double-click and change it? Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you guys had access to do that. That's cool. I don't have a token for him, so...
Do natural 20s.
Oh. Why do I have advantage on initiative? Oh, barbarians have. Oh,
Yep, barbarians have advantage.
God. Oh, yes. Poker, I have a question about just like you have crits. What about critical failures? How does that work? Something like that happen?
We don't really do anything with natural ones. I mean,
Oh, okay.
they suck, but you know, yeah, we could talk about doing like a critical failure table, as well as a critical success table. There are decks of cards for that. There are all sorts of tables all over the internet.
Okay.
Totally open to it. It's kind of cool. You guys roll a lot of ones, so
Yeah.
you know. But it's really only a big deal when it's a to hit roll, right? Like, sorry,
It's all good.
they found the body. It's really
Call
only
an
a big deal
ambulance.
when it's a roll to hit, right? Like a natural 1, natural 20 don't really do much else other than on a roll to hit.
Got it.
So Noro, he turns to bolt and begins to run away from you. However, all he had was a readied action. It's top of combat and you have initiative.
I'm actually aiming. I'm grabbing. So I imagine at this point, since he bolted and I missed, he's probably already 60 feet out.
No, he hasn't had a turn yet. You went
Alright, so-
you went to kick him.
Right,
Sorry, he had a
dodged.
ready action. You went to kick him, and then we rolled initiative. So I'm just gonna give you the full turn, and well, actually, I guess you and Rogar both.
Okay, then I'm gonna go ahead and take Soul Drinker and take a wick. What am I saying? Oh, a whack at him.
That's a whacking.
That's a
Oh,
whack.
whoops.
Well, we know what Scribble's gonna do.
Yeah, meanwhile, Scribble's murdering him.
I'm trying to find the exhaustion table. There's like no easy way to get to it.
This is so bad.
Hand axe.
Why? Oh, I hit the wrong. Oh, I'm sorry. That was a complete fail.
Everyone pressing the wrong shit.
Things got rearranged once I unequipped the other weapon. Okay, this is the right one.
Yes, a 20 definitely hits as you draw the great sword and carve it across his back. He takes the axe. This you've switched to Soul Drinker. Tell me how to read this damage because I'm not sure what it's going for here.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you're wielding it two-handed, so that's the 13 on the right. But then I guess it just adds the 5 necrotic for a total of 18.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
That's what it looks like to me.
And you have an option to roll extra dice to damage yourself plus your target. I think.
I think that's what the bottom is. If I choose to accept that,
That would be the +5.
that
Got
would
it.
be the +5. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, and that's.
But I'm not. I'm doing just a two-hand swing across his back.
Okay. Give me just a quick second. I'm just gonna have a quick look at that axe because it's my stupid homebrew creation and I don't remember it. That is correct. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with an attack using this magic weapon, you can choose to deal an additional D10 necrotic to that creature and yourself. Got it. Okay. Cool. So 13 points of damage. He stumbles as the axe bites deep, but keeps trying to run away from you.
Oh wait, I get a second attack.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot. At this point, oh, what the heck? I'm going in again. Same.
19 also hits for
11.
another 11 points of damage. 2 whacks with the axe. He stumbles again and nearly trips, but manages to stay on his feet. Bonus action, or shall we go to Rogar?
We'll go to Rogar.
I'm gonna shoot at him with my longbow. Nope.
So you would step to the edge of sort of the cliff side of the trail, and you'd be aiming down at him about 30 feet or so, as he's running away from you down the switchback. All of you, if you go over to the edge, you can see him, and it's like I said where he's at. He's about 30 feet down.
No, neither of those hit.
The crack of arrow hitting stone twice as Rogar looses arrows that just miss the figure running away from you. Anything else?
Nope. I should say that Rogar doesn't really. He doesn't feel good about like wanting to kill him. So maybe that has something to do with missing for RP purposes.
I like it. On his turn, the man keeps running. You get an attack of opportunity on him, Noro, because you are in melee range. But he is just flat out bolting away from you.
Yeah, remember Sentinel.
Well, yes. Then I will do that. Just gonna try to do something.
Ooh, a 12 is not enough. He manages to just duck beneath the blade of the axe and bolts away from you. As he does, he turns and draws a pair of wands and casts Magic Missile at you, Noro.
Oh.
Louis, you gonna let me hit the button, or am I gonna get counterspelled again?
Oh no, go ahead. You get a dragon to fight, so I can't counter everything.
Do your worst.
I'm trying to figure out how the hell this works. Wands are a little bit wonky, and I also need to look at the equipment because it is. I can choose what level to cast it at.
Monkey wands.
All right, that is correct. It's allowing me to do that. He casts Magic Missile at 7th level at Noro.
Oh.
And I'm trying to figure out how the heck this works. It's 1d4 plus 1. Okay, so I guess it's just times 9?
Level plus 2, so yeah.
Yeah, it's level plus 2. So 9 times 3. 27 points of damage, force damage, Noro, as missiles spiral out, arcane missiles spiral out from the tip of the wand. He gets about 20 feet away from you as he spins around and fires it off. The missiles spiral around and smack you square in the chest, knocking you back. As he does that, he is going to burn his action surge and do it again.
Son of a biscuit.
This time hitting you for another 18. As a result, though, he only gets 30 feet away from you.
Got it.
Rogar, you feel Kern's hand grip your arm. What are we doing, man? Is this really necessary? Just let him go. And that's it for Kern. Scribble?
So if how far away is he from me?
He is now about 40 feet, almost straight down from you. Looking
okay.
over the edge of this cliff, you can see the trail below you cut into the rock face. And so you're looking almost straight down at him as he runs.
All right. Well, he's apparently a jerk.
Oh, yeah.
He's got some neat ones.
Mhm.
I'm going to cast Hound of Ill Omen behind him,
Oh, boy.
or I guess in front of him.
All right. Let's just drag the hound onto the map. And I'm going to ask you this literally every time this thing shows up. It gets its own initiative, or it goes right after you?
It gets its own. It says you roll initiative.
Okay. Do you want me to roll for it, or do you want to roll for it?
Go ahead.
Well, I just rolled by punching the button. I think it's got like a +3 to its dex, right? So bump that up to 8. And it just happens to go right after you. So this smoky spectral hound suddenly appears, and he slides to a halt with this thing blocking his way.
And then for my action, I'm just gonna cast Chromatic Orb at him at level 2.
All right.
You should have seen the dice on my screen. It like hit the other dice and bounced up and spun around in the air.
Ooh, 17 points of acid damage. This spinning, sickly green orb slams into him. For a minute, he disappears as there's this bright splash of acid. And you see his coat smoking the hit. He is looking pretty rough. And then the hound. Release the hound. Do you have a stat block for the hound?
I did. I think I clicked the wrong thing. Like it brought up something weird this time. It went to Character Mancer.
What? Here. I'll send you the direwolf stats on the group chat. Medium, temp hit points equal to half your sorcerer level. Can move through creatures and objects as if they were difficult terrain. It can move only towards its target by the most direct route. It can use its action only to attack its target. It can make opportunity attacks, but only against its target. When the hound is within 5 feet of the target has a disadvantage on saving throws against any spell you cast. Cool. An 18
Okay, I
hits.
bit him.
Yeah, for 10 points of piercing damage, and he's going to make a strength save. I think that's to keep from being knocked prone, right?
Yes.
He makes the save, but the hound grabs him by the leg and Its
That was
teeth
Kern.
again viciously.
It was with Kern's stats. I don't know if that's what his would be.
Oh, sorry. I'm on the wrong character sheet.
Ruh-roh.
14 still makes it. Hey, man, why is your dog biting me?
Get out of the way, Kern. We got magic wands to steal.
Yeah, I should, did I? Yes, I did, okay. That it for you? That's it for the Hound? Louis.
Yep.
So how far away from this guy am I?
He's about 40 feet from you, almost straight down.
But I have like a clear line of sight to him.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I pull out a little leather loop from my pouch and snap it together, and the PL's pages flip away, and all of a sudden this guy just starts rising in the air. He can make a save.
What's the save there, Colin?
Yeah.
No. He begins floating up in the air.
And so he's just like 5 feet up, so he can still be reached easily and melee, but just can't really get anywhere.
All right.
Is there any obstacles around that he could like use to like keep pushing himself away?
Not really. The cliff wall is 7 or 8 feet away from him to his left.
And so I just have him like slowly like rotate to like, not enough to like be a disadvantage, but just enough to be annoying.
All right.
And then I'm done.
Is he suddenly when he floats up, the dog releases its hold on his leg and just sort of looks up at him. It's still within biting range with a bit of a jump, but seemingly confused. He rises up in the air. What the fuck?
As he's running, his feet just slowly stop making contact with the ground.
Lunelia?
So conflicting. It's hard to play a character that's against how I would do it. She's going to say to the group, do we really have time for this? We have much more pressing matters. We can either end this now, she's going to say this to the man. We can either end this now, and you really be on your way, or it ends here. Make your choice.
As he sort of floats in the air, his feet kind of, rising up almost level with him. He just kind of loses his balance and starts, spaceman floating. His eyes focus on something past you.
Ah, fuck!
And the look of anger and surprise on his face turns to a smile as he starts laughing.
If I can, I want to raise him higher up in the air. We've played this game before. Fishing.
As you begin to raise him up higher in the air, he just shakes his head and says, "Lady, you got bigger problems than me." And as he says that, you hear a massive crash on the canyon wall above you. Quite a ways up, you start hearing a rumble. You look up, and a shower of small pebbles, now larger stones, starts raining down. And from high above, you see a wall of moving snow. rumbling down the mountainside, and just behind it, a dark shape sailing away from the mountainside. Wings outstretched as it flies off into the distance.
How far away is this? How long do we think we have?
Well, I'm gonna grab the avalanche rules. Yeah, I had them open. I'm just trying to find the damn things. Nope, nope, nope. There it is, natural hazards. It's massive. It's the entire side of the mountain, 300 feet wide. There is no outrunning this thing. You already have rolled initiative. Twice each round on counts 10 and 0, the avalanche travels 300 feet until it can travel no more. You have 2 turns before it reaches you.
All the spells I took are geared towards fighting a dragon.
I mean, you are. It just slammed into the mountainside to start an avalanche. Two turns. What do you do?
And you said we can't outrun it?
I mean, it's 150 feet to either side of you, and the way this trail switchbacks up the mountain, you don't have a linear 150 feet to run.
There is... All she did on her turn was yell at the guy. Can she take 6 seconds to have a look at where they are on the trail to see if there's a way for us to press ourselves against the mountain wall? Any
Yes.
sort of dip or hollow against the mountain wall?
Go ahead and make a survival check. And I'm looking at Kern's spells.
Nice.
Yeah, he don't have anything that can help with this. 18 is good. You glance around and you spot a bit of a hollow in the cliffside that maybe wouldn't fit all of you. But if you pressed flat against it, it might be enough. It just depends on how much of the mountain comes apart around you. But it's worth a shot. It's about 40 feet away from you and about 20 feet shy of the next turn in the trail.
She's just going to yell to everyone as she moves in that direction. To me!
So I'm gonna just quickly ask you each to tell me what you're doing with your next 2 turns. I don't think there's for the levitate spell, Louis. He doesn't. This guy doesn't get another save, right? Like he's just stuck there now.
That's correct.
Okay. So Noro, what are you doing? There's a massive wall of loose rock and snow and ice directly above you coming your way. You've got 12 seconds or less.
Being mountain born, I should have some knowledge of what's the best thing to do here. And I guess, would it be what Linalia sees? Like, do I see what she sees and like I agree with her type of deal?
Yeah, as you see her bolt that direction, you see the hollow as well. You're not sure it's going to be big enough, but
Okay.
It's your best shot. The only other thing you could do is bolt down the trail, down the switchback where this guy is and where the hound is, and try and find another similar hollow to hide in, or perhaps something to hang on to.
Not enough time. Okay.
So
okay.
would Noro know? Like, would he know how to withstand this? How he can mitigate? If he knows that this is coming and knows he's getting caught in it, would he know enough about what he can do to like help himself weather being in an avalanche?
Let's have Nora make a survival check with advantage to see.
Okay.
That's not bad.
Yeah. It really
Sorry about that.
depends where you're at right now. The biggest danger is getting knocked off the side of the mountain and falling a long distance. So either finding a hollow that you can get your back against, and something that has a bit of a ledge above you that can maybe protect you from the falling stone and snow, to keep you from getting swept off the side of the mountain, would help. Finding something to hang on to, something sturdy to hold on to, a rock outcropping or something. If you do get caught up in it, creating room to breathe if you get buried by snow.
So here's what I'm thinking, Poker, because I know Goliath, they do a lot of like climbing games, at least according to the lore. So what I was thinking is going down the ledge and just positioning myself over the ledge and just kind of holding on and living, because I'm big, so I would probably take up a lot of the space and let everybody else make it to that space that Lenalia sees. And so I'm just trying to think, if Noro had knowledge, this would be the better option, and he's assuming it would be, just because it would just spit over him and he just have to hold on until it passes, in hopes of having enough room for his teammates to, because it's like he sees what Lenalia sees and agrees, but it's like it's tight, not sure everyone can fit there. Well, one less person would maybe guarantee the teammates, and then I could try to hang off the ledge down under, where I was trying to boot the guy over.
I have something that will make you fit.
Oh,
How far away is the hollow?
40 feet.
So we could literally make it in one turn. But then it's bracing after that.
Yes.
What were you gonna say, Dark?
I sent it to you on
sorry.
Discord.
How far out does it look like the snow is gonna fall?
I don't quite understand the question.
Like, if we jumped horizontally off the where we are, like how far out is the snow going to drop?
Just based on what you see above you, it's a lot. You're not quite sure that you could jump and have it sort of fall down behind you. If you cast the fly spell and flew away from the mountainside, you could outrun it by going horizontally out.
Okay, that's what I was kind of wondering.
Yeah, you could you cast the spell this turn and you use your full movement this turn and next, and you can get far enough away from the face of the mountain where you're pretty sure it won't. You know, you'll get a shower of snow in the face, but it's quite steep here. And so getting buried isn't really as big of a problem here because the cliff face is quite steep and you're sort of in a path cut into the cliff face. It's more a problem of getting knocked off and falling a long ways.
Oh, I just want to kill the guy though.
Well, maybe he'll be dead and we could just pick through the snow and get you some wands.
Hopefully we don't lose him or something. Noro's gonna go ahead and turn around and tell everybody like to Lunalia, but he's gonna bolt the other direction and make his way, like climb down the ledge far enough to get ready for the avalanche.
To find another spot to hunker down.
Yes. Kind of like I was thinking if it's even possible, but just like hanging onto the ledge.
Go ahead and make a. So you move that way, running past the man floating in the air over your head now as you run sort of down the trail. Go ahead and make another survival check, and we'll move on to Rogar. Rogar, what are you doing?
I'm going to run to the cave and... Is this all happening, like... Will my actions on this turn count for both turns, or...?
No. I mean, you can declare what you're doing, and you'll
Okay.
get this turn and next turn to execute or change your mind, or get there and do something, or whatever. It's a total of 2 turns.
I will run to that hollow entrance and fucking jam a harpoon into the ground and just brace. I'm gonna stand outside of it.
Okay.
Like, push myself against the wall with a shield above me and hold on to the harpoon.
Cool. All right. Kern runs with you, pulls his shield out and does similarly, just holds it above his head, and sort of jams his back against the rock face to the side of the hollow, but not in it.
Yeah,
Scribble.
I'd tell him, like, if you want to hold on to it with your free hand, probably be smart.
Yeah, he reaches out with his free hand and grabs the harpoon and sort of jams his shield up against yours. Scribble.
How stupid do I want to be?
Oh no.
I mean, it's D&D, man. The stupider, the more entertaining, right?
I already thought what I was doing was dumb, but but you got Lucid here. I mean, Scribble.
Okay, and so it's 40 feet to the thing, and that's not a problem to get to if we just hell, we could even walk, like, with 30 feet of movement, right? Or do we not have our normal movement here?
No, you have your normal movement.
How far down is it if I jumped?
40 feet straight down to the trail below you.
Oh, it's just 40 feet?
Mhm.
Oh, Noros knocked people down farther than that.
Yeah, it's
And dropped an elbow.
4d6 and LeProne.
Yeah, the LeProne is the dangerous part.
So it's 4d6 LeProne, half your movement to get back up. So if you jumped straight down, you would have 15 feet of movement left after taking 4d6 damage.
And how far do you fall in a turn?
You'd fall to 40 feet.
Oh. Well, that answers that. Well, then I'm just going to move like 20 feet towards the hollow.
All right.
And I'm going to cast Lightning Bolt at the guy.
All right. Go ahead and roll that damage. I'm pretty sure floating in the air, he is... Oh boy, Louis, help me out here.
Disadvantage on Dex.
Yeah, I feel like it's at least disadvantage on a dex save.
Um,
Well, he's got disadvantage from the hound.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, by its nature, levitate does not give anybody disadvantage from anything. He just can't move. He just can't move.
Yeah, I mean he can still dodge, right? He can still twist around in midair. It's just he can't move out of that space.
Yeah, but if he already has disadvantage from the dog, then
DC 15 dex save. Let's try that out. Nope, disadvantage. Nope, there we go. No. He takes 28 points of damage as this lightning bolt shoots out. He disappears in the flash of light for a second, and as the light fades, you see his unmoving form just smoking.
Nice job. I guess.
Is he actually down or just not moving?
You see him stop moving.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he's just sort of laying there in midair.
Got him.
Crispy,
right?
Well, there's my turn.
Give me a second here because Kern is going to. He had a spell readied and he's going to use it. Oh no, that's a touch spell. Yeah, you know what? He is going to do that. Rogar, you hear Kern muttering a prayer, and he casts Healing Word. And heals the guy. For 6 points.
Oh.
If I remember correctly, Louis floated him up out of the hound's range, or is he still within?
he's still within so he's only 5 feet off the ground.
Okay.
So he's still within range.
The hound, however, I think disappears because he dropped to 0 hit points, right?
I'm not sure. It sounds right, but
Yeah, I think when its target drops to 0 hit points.
the hound disappears if it is reduced to 0 hit points. Or if its target is reduced to 0 hit points. So yeah.
Yeah, so the hound vanishes in a wisp of smoke. Louis, it is your turn.
How high off the ground do I think that I would need to get if I was going straight up to avoid this thing?
Farther than 2 turns of levitate would get you.
So I mean, two turns of levitate would get me
40 feet straight up.
Yes.
Yeah.
So how much? But I mean, how much further up?
The cliffside here is quite steep, and the avalanche, the tumble of snow and rock is coming down almost straight down on you. So moving up doesn't really move you that far out of its path. It's, you know, call it like a 70-degree incline, right? It's, you'd have to, like what Scribble was talking about, you know, casting fly and moving straight out from the rock face would get you further out of its path.
Gotcha. All right. If I'm looking around at everybody else in the party, does everyone else seem to have a method in which to secure themselves right now?
Well, between Noro ran down the trail and is looking for I'm just I see a survival check, is looking for a spot there to hang on, further down from where you guys are at. Where you guys are at, Lunalia has sort of pressed herself into this small hollow. It's only, you know, 3 or 4 feet cut into the rock face. And you've got Rogar and Kern at the sort of the entrance to this depression, hanging onto a harpoon that's been jammed into the ground, with their shield sort of up and braced against the rock face, as sort of like a makeshift, you know, a bit of a cover, a bit of a rooftop on this hollow.
And then how far horizontally, like around the mountain, would I mean, is there a way that I could get, like, I mean, if I could get, I have Dimension Door, right? Can I, which is 500 feet.
Oh yeah.
Can I
easy.
see anywhere that, like, I know that I could bamf to and be safe from this?
Make a perception check. But yeah, with the range of Dimension Door, you could definitely outrun this thing. I'm playing it by the book and using the avalanche out of Tasha's. It is 300 feet wide total, and it's centered directly above you. So 150, more than 150 feet, and you're out of the way. You see a spot off in the distance that looks relatively flat enough for you to teleport to, or to Dimension Door to, without losing your footing. It's about 250 feet away.
And then how far away from Rogar and Noro am I right now?
You were sort of back towards the hollow there. You and Scribble are about 30 feet away from them. Sorry, you're about 30 feet away from them. I'm not sure if Scribble ran to them or not. After he cast a spell. To this hollow that the group's going to tuck into.
I should be 20 feet away from it.
Okay. Yeah, so you're like 10 feet behind Scribble. And 30 feet total from it, so you could move pretty much over to it. No, you still got next turn, too.
Yeah, so I just all right, I'm gonna move up to where Scribble is, and I'm gonna pull this rod out of I think for climbing the bag, the wagon was just in the bag, so I'll reach into my bag of holding and pull out a rod, and I'm gonna yell out Noro. Yell out to Noro, take this, click the button. And I'm going to toss it to him.
Is it an immovable rod?
It is an immovable rod.
Awesome.
Wow.
Sweet. You hear Louis yell down to you, and you look up and see this rod spinning through the air as it comes your way. Louis, can you, I don't know, make a let's make a strength or dexterity check just for fun. Could even let's just call it an athletics check to throw this thing to him. I don't know.
Oh.
And Noro, you see this rod hurtling through the air towards you. Go ahead and make an athletics or acrobatics check to try and grab it. Easy enough. Easy enough. Yeah, you catch this rod. It's ornate and has a button on one end. When you click the button, as he said, it stops moving. Like it jerks you to a halt. You click it again and it comes loose.
Oh.
When
And
you
I
click-
kind of grasped the concept.
Yeah, when you click the button, it stops moving. Like it stopped you dead in your tracks. And so we come to Linalia. What are you doing?
She's in the hollow now. She's seeing how many other people are running towards the hollow. She obviously saw Noro dash for the cliff edge. So who is near her then? Louis, Scribble, and that's it? Oh, Rogar's there.
Yeah, Scribble's 20 feet away from you. Rogar and Kern are in front of you, sort of almost blocking your view, and they've got their shields up over your heads.
Okay. Then Lunalia is going to shapeshift into an ape. Not a giant ape, just an ape. And
Like-
she...
No, I was gonna say bananas.
No. She's going to motion to both Scribble and Louis right before she shapeshifts. Come, get in here. And then she'll shift into an ape, and she's still motioning towards them to come in.
Alright.
That's racist.
So, Noro, with the immovable rod in hand, with your survival check, you find a spot nowhere near as good as the one that Linalia found above, but with this rod, at least you've got something to hang on to weather this storm of snow and stone. Is there anything else you're going to do other than sort of, press back into that hollow hanging onto this rod and click the button, or is that it for you?
No, I guess I'll just dig it into the wall and then click the button. Find somewhere that I can place it and click.
It doesn't need to be placed in anything. It can literally be, that button can be pushed anywhere within space.
Oh, I
Right.
see.
And it hit it, and it will stay, and it will not move in any way.
Yeah, it takes some kind of ridiculous, like, strength of 30 or something stupid to move it.
Okay. Then
Or-
that's where I'll be.
Or it can't be moved at all, I don't recall. It's if it can be moved, it's some ridiculously high
Man.
check to move it.
It can hold up to 8,000 pounds of weight, and a creature can use an action to make a DC 30 strength check
Yeah.
to move it up to 10 feet on a success.
Yeah, so you don't even break it free, you just, grind it through physical space to its new
Okay.
location.
All right.
Rogar, anything, or are you just bracing?
I'm just bracing,
Okay.
making space for the smaller ones to be able to get in.
The man's eyes sort of flutter open as he rolls over, floating in space. Kern yells at you, Louis. Louis, lift him up, raise him up here. And he's gonna hold a spell. Scribble.
Of course he's gonna hold a spell like an asshole. Well, seeing that Kern healed him before, I'm gonna cast Chill Touch at him and then move into the hollow.
All right.
You cast a chill touch at Kern?
No, at the guy.
Mm.
Okay. That is a 25 hits.
Fucking Christ.
Jesus.
Whoa.
I'm alive. I'm dead.
Yep. Yeah, his eyes roll back as the spectral hand grabs him. And you tuck into the hollow. Louis, it is your turn. What are you doing?
So Noro's secure. It looks like Luna and Kern and Rogar and Scribble are all like being protected.
Yeah, so Lunalia and Scribble are tucked into the hollow with probably enough room for you in there with them, with Kern and Rogar in front of the hollow, standing firm, holding shields above their heads, hanging on to a harpoon that's been jammed into the ground.
Um,
It'd be a tight fit, but you could basically get in there, like crawl underneath their legs and jam into the space with them.
That's why Lunalia went 8 to hold the 2 smaller ones in against the mountain face.
Did Kern cast a reaction?
He hasn't yet. He asked you to lift the man up higher, and he's still, you can see him chanting something.
So right now the guy is unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna run up to him. And I am only 3 feet tall, so I do need to jump just a little bit to be able to grab onto one of his legs. And then with a flutter of this cloak, the two of us just disappear.
He's actually below you. He's floating above the trail, like 35 feet below you. But you can jump straight down to him.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just,
Or you can float him up to you and just grab him, right? Either way.
Or jump and bamf.
Well, I mean, yeah, I can't move him because that is an action, and using the cloak is an action. So I will just jump onto him, and as soon as I'll grab him, and then the two of us will dimension door away. And he is unconscious, right?
He is unconscious.
He is unconscious, yeah.
So therefore, he cannot be unwilling, and so he will come with me.
Yeah, he's out cold. His eyes are rolled back into his head, and he is making death saves. Yeah. So you see Louis jump over the edge, and then there's a loud sound and a puff of sort of red smoke and brimstone, the smell of brimstone as he just disappears.
Poker, I posted a very technical diagram that Hummer needs you to clarify, or that he needs clarification on.
Yeah, I don't quite understand what Noro's doing. There's a trail carved into the cliffside that switchbacks back and forth, sort of zigzags up the cliff face. Are you like tucking back against the cliff wall and holding onto this rod, or are you like jumping over the edge and hanging onto it? I don't quite understand.
Jumping over the edge and hanging onto it.
Okay.
So that the avalanche passes over his back.
Yes.
Sort of.
Yeah, I mean you can just press yourself up against the cliff face and do that. You don't have to, you know what I mean?
I was trying to be dramatic.
Cool.
athletic jack, long jump, see how far you can get out. As soon as you get to your farthest out, click the button and hang there suspended.
You can't
Right.
jump farther than you can run, though, unfortunately. All right.
No,
so,
but you can fall farther than you could run.
Hold both fists out facing the avalanche, face it head on, click the rod.
Yeah. What? But I have all kinds of scars.
Okay, you jump over the edge and click the button, and right as snow and tumbling rock starts to rain down around you, Lunalia, is there anything else you're doing as we come to the round where it happens?
Nope. Everyone who's smaller than me, well, Kern included, she's got in her big ape arms pressed right against the mountain in this hollow.
And I'm going to click off a 4th level spell slot that Kern was holding. He's gonna cast Resilient Sphere on the guy.
Jeez.
Yep. And that's it. Well, I guess there is a little bit more time available because it happens on initiative counts 10 and 0. Yeah, so on the at the end of the second round, at the start of the third round, a couple of you have actions, Noro and Rogar. If there's anything else you want to do before this hits, Rogar, you hear the ting and the ping and the pang of stones now peppering your shield as the hit of stones and chunks of ice starts battering you harder and harder. As the avalanche hits, I need you and Kern to make, let's call this a, oh, it's right there. A DC 15 strength saving throw. Now, classically by the book, you move with the avalanche, but the nature of this is it's almost falling straight down on you, and you're trying to deflect as much of it away as possible. A 25. What does Kern get?
Rogar's freakishly strong.
Ooh. You see Kern, his shield arm starts to falter as the impact of stone and snow drives him down, threatening to wrench the shield out of his hands. Noro, as the avalanche reaches you, hanging off the edge of the cliff, I need you to make a strength saving throw as well. Did I say Rogar? I meant Noro.
Yes, Noro. Okay.
All right. You are battered by a massive amount of snow, ice, stone. I'm just going to roll some bludgeoning damage here.
I'm yelling at the same time in Giant, "This is not how I will die." And whatever that sounds like. As I'm getting pelted.
I didn't mean to roll that to the GM. Noro, you take 12 points of bludgeoning damage as you weather this massive storm, this massive hail of rubble that passes you by. The majority of it you're protected from by the outcropping of the cliff, but some of it still hits you. The two with shields, Rogar and Kern, each take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as they're hit by... The shields don't block everything, and they're hit by some of it.
Kern take worse since he failed?
The shield... Actually, sorry. Rogar, you take 3 and Kern takes 6. The shield halves the damage because of the way they prepared for this. One more time, I need you guys to make strength saving throws as the mountain rains down around you. Lunalia, you and the others you and Scribble are safe in the hollow.
Phew.
let's see. Yeah, just barely.
My God.
No, Kern's
Ooh.
shield is knocked free from his hand, and he is pelted with another 2d10 of Noro, I need you to also make a strength saving throw again.
Can Lunalia reach out with her long ape arm and grab him by the calf just to make sure that she's still holding onto him?
Yes. 89. Noro, you take 9 points of bludgeoning damage. Rogar, you take 4 points of bludgeoning damage, and Kern takes the full 18. His shield is dragged away from him, knocked out of his hand, and Lunalia, go ahead and make a athletics check to grapple him.
Okay.
Catch this moment.
An athletics check.
Athletics. Nice.
22, you reach out with your muscular ape arms and grab him by the waist, pulling him in. All right. On the next turn, is anybody else? Scribble, are you doing anything? Louis, are you doing anything? Rogar, there's kind of nothing you can do other than just keep holding that shield up and trying to protect everybody from as much falling debris as you can. Is anybody else doing anything?
Nope, just
I'm
walk.
far
Doesn't
enough
think there's much.
Sorry, what was that, Scribble?
I don't think there's much we can do.
I'm far enough away that this is actually not really like affecting me.
Yeah,
at
you're
this
watching
point.
this whole thing happen. You know, make some popcorn, enjoy the show.
And then this dude is unconscious, so I drop him on the ground and I start going through his pockets. I start looting him.
Hell yeah.
You're not going to stabilize him or anything?
Nope.
That's cool. I will deal with. Well, actually, you might be there long enough to watch him die. We'll see if he makes his death saves.
Saves, yeah.
I've never actually done death saves in D&D Beyond. Well, it's just a D10 3 times, right?
Yeah, with no modifier at all. So
Yeah, I could just roll a D10 3 times.
no, it's a D20.
Oh,
with a
sorry,
DC.
yeah, a D20 DC10 3 times. I've got my head in bludgeoning damage. Another turn comes. I need strength saving throws. Lunalia, this time, I need a strength saving throw from you, as well as Rogar and Noro.
Would Rogar get the sense of if he were to use his breath weapon to kind of create some ice to help mitigate some of it, like some of the avalanche, would that work or no?
I would say that would work, but you're too busy effectively grappling this shield, effectively holding firm. If you burned an action surge, you could do that. You could use your breath weapon to try and reinforce the the ceiling you've created with the shield, like freeze the shield to the rock's face and repel some of the rubble that's falling on you.
I don't have a saving throw for the ape, so I don't know what to roll.
Just a strength check then.
Yeah, I'll do it.
15's enough. The strength save's enough. And go ahead and Rogar, roll the damage for your breath weapon.
Just right in Kern's face.
No, I'd be aiming up because, like, if Kern's
Yeah.
fallen over, Rogar wants to like try and cover him as well.
Yeah, so like Kern, his shield was knocked out of his hands, and he basically almost fell out into the avalanche, and Lunalia grabbed him with her big ape arms and sort of pulled him back as close into the hollow as she could. So he's effectively safe, but with one shield less, 10 points. Okay. Another 12 points of bludgeoning damage, halved for Rogar, halved for Lunalia. So Lunalia, you take 6, Rogar, you take 6, and Noro also takes 6 points of damage. Sorry, Rogar takes 3. My bad. Lunalia and Rogar and Kern each take 3.
So I take 12 again?
You take 6.
Sorry, 6. Yeah, okay.
I mean, you're getting pelted. Would you be angry at the mountain?
And I need one more as the deafening roar of the mountain coming down around you begins to abate. I need you to make one more strength saving throw, the 3 of you. Cool, just enough. Nice.
Come on, Noro.
Yeah. 2 points to each of Lunalia and Rogar. And Rogar, your breath weapon basically made up for Kern not being there with his shield.
Cool.
And 5 points to Noro. The last bit of snow and stone tumble down around you. Rogar, you hold firm as your shield is still pelted by the occasional chunk of ice and rock. And eventually the feel of those impacts stops. You turn around and risk a glance over your shoulder, and behind you, between you and the cliff's edge, not more than 7 or 8 feet, is now a massive pile of snow that almost obscures the path. Drifted up, caught by the trail. Noro, the shower of ice and stone about you has left you, bruised and cut, but you've managed to hang firm on your magic rod. You look down, and what you thought was a long ways to the ground is only about 5 feet, as the snow and ice that have come down the mountainside have drifted up below you. The downside is a lot of the trail is now obscured and has slowed your progress. You all look around for a bit, looking for Louis, and he's nowhere in sight. Scribble, you managed to weather all of this without issue, being smaller and tucking into the space down beneath the others. The shield defense and the large ape form above you were enough to protect you fully.
Are we in any way buried in snow and ice and rock?
You're not buried, because of how steep it is here. A good chunk of snow has piled up, obscuring the path, but you're, it's like up to your waist now where you're at.
Who wants to build a snowman?
Yeah, once it's definitely quieted, Lunelia's gonna brush the snow and push rocks out of the way to get out and go see what's become of Noro.
Okay.
So when you say it's up to our waist, like, can Scribble and, well, if he's not here, would Scribble be below the snow level, or
Well, yeah,
can
but
he
He
like
was
peek
me.
over it?
like the snow didn't. You're in a little hollow against the cliffside, right? The snow didn't just fill that hollow with you in it. You had the two of you had a shield defense over your heads.
I meant like if we leave the hollow, would he be
He'd have to climb,
below?
like it's drifted up, right? It's like a snow drift. It's like you've seen pictures of like places not here, but places in the Midwest where it snows overnight, like 6, 7, 8 feet, or it drifts
Mhm.
up against the and they open the door and you can kind of see out over it. He'd have to climb out and over on top of the snow.
Okay.
It's soft. It impedes your movement and it obscures the trail somewhat, but other than that, you can still move around on it.
I guess I'll wrench my shield free and make sure Kern's okay.
He's breathing heavily. His shield is gone. So for all practical purposes, his AC is 2 lower. I'm going to go unequip his shield. It's gone. He's a little bruised and battered. He's got a welt that's raising underneath one eye and a trickle of blood down his forehead. But otherwise, he looks fine. He turns and looks at Lunalia, in her ape form, and just nods. Thank you. I thought I was gone. And he looks at Rogar. Your shield arm's stronger than mine. That's for sure.
A lot of practice.
Yeah. Where are the others? And he climbs out on the snow and starts looking around.
So in this time,
Mm-hmm.
I do not heal him. In fact, I'm actively trying to figure out if he's, waiting to see how his death saves play out and see if he seems to stabilize on his own and resume breathing or not.
Yeah, let me go punch that button 3 times and see what happens. Come on. There he is. I was really hoping I'd get that spell off and get him to just bouncy ball down the mountainside.
Well, he would have still been unconscious, right?
Not if you had zapped him that last time, you dick.
That's what you get for healing him. That's why I used the spell where he couldn't be healed until my next turn.
Well, there's one. I guess you have to manually tally them, right? There's 2. And there's 3. He draws some
did.
ragged breaths, but he is he seems to be alive, but he's out cold. He doesn't look well. His skin sags from his bones, and his eyes are sunken, cheeks hollow from the necrotic damage he took. But he is otherwise alive. Do you want the list of what's on him?
Yeah, I'm going to take everything.
Oh Jesus!
Well,
Fucking hate you guys. On him is a suit of studded leather armor you probably don't want. It's been lived in. A ring of evasion, a ring of protection, a wand of web, and 4 wands of magic missiles.
Holy crap.
Let's see.
This guy loaded.
Oh, and I need to roll a d20 to see if that wand broke when he nope. Yeah, 4 wands of magic missiles, one of which is depleted, and the other 3 are fully charged.
Um, I'll take everything that he has, every single last thing, and it goes into the bag of holding. And I'll leave him naked.
Jesus!
He's gonna die of hypothermia.
You guys thought Lunalia was brutal.
You actually going to take like all of his stuff, his coat and his armor and everything?
Hold on. I'm trying to make up my mind. So, all right.
Oh, hang
Louis
on.
wants this guy.
50 gold pieces as well. Sorry.
Louis is a pragmatist. This person will try to stop us, will get in our way, and will have an opportunity to sabotage us. There is one way that we know for sure that will not happen. And he also is far enough away that all right, I'm not going to strip him naked. I'm going to take his valuables, and then I'm going to pump. There should be like a char place on his body where the lightning bolts hit him.
Mm-hmm.
And I will pump 2 or 3 shocking grasps, which is also a lightning spell, into that exact same spot to effectively execute him, and also try to do it in a way that it will not be detectable if someone looks at him.
Yeah, I think that's easy enough done.
You should have just beat him with your book.
Well, I know there's some self-righteous prick over there that thinks that this guy should be saved above all others, and I disagree. And but I also, if he decides to come over here and check it out, I also want to make sure that he doesn't necessarily realize that the guy just didn't. He just failed all 3 of his death saves, man. It's a bummer.
Wow.
As you're juggling 5 wands.
Oh, well, I mean, I wasn't going to leave his valuables,
His mother might want him.
Yeah.
Alrighty. You guys find Noro hanging on to this, immovable rod, feet dangling over empty space, but you see beneath him the snow is drifted up to just about 5 feet below him. Noro, I don't know if you're, are you looking down, are you looking around, or are you just still hanging on, like eyes clamped shut against the onslaught?
My eyes are like clamped shut. I'm beaten up bad.
Lunalia's gonna reach down with her big ape arms and grab one of Noro's arms to help pull him up.
You feel a strange hand, strange hands grasp your arm and start to pull you up, Noro. As you open your eyes, there's an ape in your face, trying to lift you up. What do you do?
Freak out.
Like physically freak out, like try and get away from this thing, or
Yes, like what's going on? Like,
give me some contested athletics checks here.
Lunalia's just gonna let out a big ape roar right in his face.
getting yelled at.
Yep. She's
By-
basically saying, "Calm down." What am I rolling?
Athletics.
Athletics.
Mhm.
Apeletics.
Apeletics.
Apeletics. Oh.
The ape begins to tear you away from the immovable rod. It's still fixed firmly in space there where you click the button, and the ape starts to pull you away from it as you're trying to resist and hang on to it. It's got a firm grasp on you.
Well, I'm kicking and screaming even though I'm being overpowered, but I'm kind of. What's called? Like he doesn't like he can't. He can't. He just. understand how much he's been through, and he just thinks his life's in danger at this point.
Roger's just gonna yell down, "It's the druid! It's earth magic!"
Dirt
It's Dirtbender.
Dirtbender. It's Dirtbender. Oh, okay. So I go ahead and accept the help
All right.
when I hear Rogar make the call.
As you hear that, you click the button on the rod and bring it back with you, letting the ape set you gently down on the snow
She
drift.
didn't set him gently down.
Oh, is she still holding him, or is she gonna drop
She
him?
pulled him up by one arm,
Mm.
his one meaty arm, and just sort of hucked him up onto the snowbank.
All right, so I lose 1 point of damage. point of damage more.
Point of pride.
The parade's down.
Linelia, go ahead and make a perception check. Actually, well, I guess it'd be as the ape.
Well, she would have reverted as soon as she got
Okay.
Noro up
Then do your normal
as a
thing then.
me. Okay.
Yes, exactly. Wire. Help, I can't swim. I love that scene.
I love that.
You spot, as you're looking around surveying the scene, the base of the mountain that stretches away above you looks different than it did before, with so much of it come down. You look all over the place, to the left, to the right, and finally you spot something. A couple of forms. One larger, laying prone, and a small gnomish form next to it. A good distance off, couple 250 feet or so off to the side.
I mean, like 500. I went as far as I could.
Oh, you went as far? Yeah, okay.
I don't
Yeah, it did. So just way
I
off
don't
the
know.
distance, a little speck moving.
Yeah.
She'll just say to the others, I think Louis made it far enough away. I think that's him over there. I can't quite tell.
Yeah, and I'll start making my way back. And I'll get little snowshoes on, and there are chains on the tires of the wagon. I'm pulling it behind me,
Oh my god.
and but I do have the corpse with me on the wagon, sprawled unceremoniously.
How is everybody doing physically?
No damage.
Worn out.
Bad.
Noro needs a nap.
Like small cuts and bruises.
Noro, are your hit points that I'm seeing accurate? Are you down to single digits?
I could be bad at math too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like that's. Oh no! You took magic missiles to the face too. You took
Right.
two
Yeah, you took, like,
big
20.
hits. You took 2 7th level magic missiles to the face.
Yes.
That's right.
I avenged you.
Well, shit, yeah. So Noro's in single digits. He looks like more than a mountain fell on him.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to portray like he's confused.
Yeah, he's
Hurt.
probably needs to go through the concussion protocol to make sure he's okay. He's got to sit this period out. Kern trudges through the knee-deep snow, sort of up on top of it, but into the powder on top of the snow, and pushes his way over to you, places a hand on your shoulder, and he's going to cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level. Oh boy, for 11 points.
Noticing how rough a shape he's in, she will pull out her staff of healing. And she will cast it at third level. Let me just find it. Cure Wounds, Staff of Healing. $21.
Oh man.
Wow, that's fantastic.
And
Thank
then
you.
just say, we can't stay here. That dragon, it knew what it was doing. It's going to come back and look for survivors.
So I hack my way to waking up, realizing where I'm at, and I'm like, where are the others? And after saying that, he's also scanning for like where that dragon was when he caused the avalanche.
Make a
Almost like
perception
ready.
check. I'd say Lunalia's perception check already covered it, but just for your own sake.
Since
Nice.
I'm coming to.
The sky is clear. The wind whips the snow, the fresh snow about you off into fine wisps as it swirls in the wind away from you. No dragon in sight. The sun shines bright through light, sparse cloud cover. Louis, as you trudge your way back, you realize it's going to take a while, not just because you're a good distance away, but because the mountain slopes are somewhat precarious and treacherous. Eventually, we'll say you make your way back. Are you guys going to wait for him? Are you going to move towards him? Or are you going to do something else?
Well, what direction does it look like we're left with to go?
You can continue on the trail. You're just significantly slowed. It would be the equivalent of moving at half of your previous pace.
Like, is that away from Louis, towards Louis, or like perpendicular to where he's moving?
You're kind of moving almost straight up, zigzagging back and forth. And Kern says, "It's another couple hours of this, maybe longer now, but." Eventually we'll get up onto. There's a plateau, and once we're on the plateau, it's a little easier going. It's off to the south, and he points sort of. If you're standing with your back to the mountain, it'd be to your left, whereas Louis is sort of off to your right. If he's headed our way, we can. I don't know. We could maybe go a little bit further, meet up with him higher up.
If everyone is okay, we might as well continue.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Go ahead and make a one more.
I guess also
Mhm.
if we're trudging through the snow and whatever, like heading up this path slowly, if Louis comes up behind us, he can just follow our trail and maybe catch up easier.
Yeah. As you guys are moving up towards the summit, go ahead and Louis, make a survival check separate from the others, and then Lunalia or somebody in the group make a survival check with advantage because you have Kern with you.
Lunalia's not very good with mountains. Somebody else should make their survival. Noro or Rogar.
I can make it.
Good enough. And great survival from Louis too. Louis, you spot them. Knowing exactly where you all were, it's a lot easier for you to find them than for them to find you. And you can see with your vantage point from where you're at, there's a bit of a ravine between you and them, but you find a way to traverse it and actually gain some elevation as you trudge towards them. Where you're at, the slope is a little bit shallower, and you find a way to get there. The rest of you, you make your way up the mountainside without incident, and after 2 hours pass, you see Louis much closer now, come up over a small rise. As you break out onto a plateau, a small stand of windswept trees marks the top of the tree line here. And off in the distance, you see what look like the shape of buildings, maybe a half hour from here, nestled against another cliff face that rises up, a trail wrapping around it. The cliff is one side of a large bluff, and on top of it, you see a stone fortress, the peak of the mountain rising further above it in the distance. Not much further now. We're almost home. Hey, there's our friend. And he waves at Louis. You see Kern waving in your direction.
I keep headed towards him.
Looks like he's bringing company.
He's what now?
Look, he's got the man with him.
Does he? I thought he killed the guy and left him there.
No, he put him on the wagon.
Oh, he put him on the wagon. Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is he like slumped over the top of all of your books and stuff on the wagon, or?
Yeah. I mean, most of the books aren't. I don't want to get blood on him, so the wagon is out, but its only occupant is him unceremoniously dumped on it.
Like boots trailing in the snow behind you?
Yeah.
All right. Kern trudges over to you in the snow here. It's not quite knee deep and powdery. It keeps you moving slow, but it's not terrible. He kneels down over the body. Well, let's just make a medicine check just for fun.
He did.
Oh man, he didn't make it.
Désolé, he did not make it.
Oh, well, we should bring him with us.
Fading to the dragon.
Kern just looks at you out of the corner of his eye. He does not look happy at that statement. Hey,
Leave him on that hillside. The wildlife will take care of him.
As they say in my tribe, back to the earth he goes.
Yeah, I got a spot I'd like to take him. There's probably still a shovel there.
Rugger will pick him up.
Come on, it's not much farther. He starts to trudge off ahead of you through the snow.
Not to be rude, but he did have some things on him that may prove useful to us. They have a couple rings and a couple wands, a bunch of wands. Monsieur Oiseau, do you want any of these wands?
What are they?
Noros
There's a wand of web and 4 wands of magic missile, and then a ring of evasion and a ring of protection.
No, I was asking you, like, your character. If you could describe.
Oh, I'm sorry. It seems as though he has many of the magic missile ones that were particularly bad to knuckle.
They work.
And the web one too, that seems to be very handy. But then also, I think this ring, there is a ring of protection that will, make you um, a little harder to hit, and then a ring of evasion.
Love it.
Some good defensive things as well here.
Would you,
I
Louis?
mean-
Would you have plucked the wands from their holsters, or would you have like taken the leather holsters off of him?
I probably should just grab the. It was all like in one like holster,
Yeah,
or was it
basically
like four
like
separate holsters?
imagine like a fine leather thigh holster for a pistol, but instead of a pistol, instead of a large sort of pocket for a pistol, there were sleeves, small, narrow leather sleeves that the wands were holstered into, and sort of one strap around the top of them that held the handle part of the wand tight against the thigh, and if you just pop the strap loose, they kind of flare out, so they're easy to draw. Quick draw holsters for wands. He's a wand slinger.
He wants a wand slinger.
Yeah, Zelly is this as well. I do not know. Do you want these things?
But the holsters don't really do anything. They're just, it's a fancy leather piece that you could use to holster those wands. You could probably also re-rig the leather with a little bit of work to sling them over the shoulders to make like quick draw shoulder holsters for your wands.
Use that ring.
I did not expect for you to kill my NPC, but this is the stuff that I outfitted him with, so now it's yours. Have fun.
Oh, you should always expect us to kill your NPCs.
I wanted to ignore him.
When he made it obvious he didn't want to ignore us.
Oh, that's a
You shouldn't have lied.
wand holster.
Oh, I feel like Rogar's the only one that feels bad about this.
Oh, no.
Bird feels pretty
Dark
shit about
Star
it
feels
too.
bad. Lunalia doesn't care.
Noro just goes to confirm that he's dead. Like, looks him over.
Oh yeah, he's dead. He has a massive hole burned through his armor and deep into his chest from the lightning bolt. Just a dark, charred scar. And the back of his leather trench coat is also, it's got a massive hole through it. Like the lightning bolt just seared right through him and out the other side.
Does it look like he has any... I mean, probably not. Does it look like he has any holy symbols? Like maybe just a god he might have worshipped?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, in fact, he and Louis would have definitely noticed this. Going through his personal possessions, he had none, absolutely nothing. No mementos. Everybody carries something that is dear to them, right? Absolutely nothing. No mementos. No, not even like a smooth stone in his pocket or any kind of keepsake or anything. Nothing. Just the stuff you looted off of him.
I would take this ring of protection if you do not mind. I really have nothing like that at all. But if somebody wants this ring of evasion,
And it helps with what dex saves?
yeah.
What is my dex?
It looks like it guarantees a dex save.
This is potatoes.
The ring of evasion has 3 charges and gives you an automatic success on a dex save when you expend a charge.
Why didn't you use that on the lightning bolt?
Because I forgot it.
Okay.
I figured he was dazed, he'd just regain consciousness, you know, and I didn't really think about it.
That makes sense.
Who knows? He may have already expended all the charges, too.
True.
Oh, that's true.
Actually, Lunaria, if you think that you can put this to good use, I am not up at the front very often. So if you want this ring of protection, go ahead.
Are you sure?
No, but there is something I would have to give up if I were to take it, and I have grown quite fond of these gloves.
Ah. Yes, then I would happily take it.
Anyone else for the other ring? I do not want it.
Maybe we can find a buyer for it.
Wow, nobody wants a ring of protection. Wow.
No,
Well,
no.
no.
I took the ring of protection.
It's a ring of
oh,
evasion.
Sorry, ring of evasion. Nobody wants a ring of evasion?
It would be good on Rogar, but Rogar really doesn't want to.
Hmm. Yeah, while you guys are talking about this stuff, Kern has sort of trudged out ahead of the group and is sort of just distancing himself from everyone, just quietly
Yeah.
sort of staying at a distance.
Rogar's up with Kern. He doesn't want any part of it.
So the two of you are
Like-
just kind of quietly marching along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, me as the player, the Ring of Evasion is great because my dex is 0.
Don't want to steal from a man that we murdered?
Yeah. Well, Rogar feels bad about it.
Like, it was one thing to take pot shots at him as he ran away. It was another thing to lift him up in the air and microwave him.
Well, it was more of like taking... Like, when Rogar was knocking an arrow, he was going to, like, fire a warning shot, and then seeing who it was and how angry he was at Rogar for putting him where he was, Rogar feels bad.
Yeah, well, it's not like this was an NPC that was going to show up in our home campaign 25 years later or anything. It's not like I had already drawn a bunch of art of him or anything. It's okay.
That's just a different person.
I'll just go delete it all.
You don't tell us that ahead of time. How
Oh,
we
that's
know
his, that's his kid.
Don't
out
bring
for
him up the
revenge.
mountain and then get him nuked by our murderous crow.
Anyway, another half hour passes and you find the remains of a small village. Not more than about 10 buildings or so. Several of them are smashed, just dashed to pieces, stonework laying across what passes for streets in this very, very small village. Sort of one narrow path through the middle of town with buildings on either side. Huddled in the shadow of this 250 to 300 foot high stone outcropping, atop which sits, and you can see just the edge of a fortress. It's massive sort of towers that dot its walls, casting a shadow over the valley. The sun has begun to set. Evening's set in. No sign of the dragon about. And as you come up to this what's left of this town, Kern just stops, and there's a long silence. Well, I suppose we could stay in one of the buildings. Or There's a small cave further up. And he points sort of off in the distance and says, "That's where the trail leads up to the fortress. You probably want to get out of sight."
Right.
He turns around to the group and just says, "I don't have the spell anymore to find the dragon. Maybe tomorrow."
Yeah, it's getting close to nighttime, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's starting
Yeah,
to get
we
dark.
can.
It's starting to get cold, too.
I say we head to the cave.
He looks around at the
Do-
rest of the group. Any objections, or...
That seems the best choice.
If we were to hide out in one of the buildings, if we want to set up a fire, which I don't even know, we could potentially give ourselves away.
Are we not safe in the hut?
I mean, you can't have a fire in the hut, but the hut is. I mean, well, I guess you could have a fire in there, but it would still have.
If you were to put the hut up like right in front of the cave entrance, and then we just go past the hut deeper into the cave, we could just do it that way.
Cave's big enough for the hut. I think we should go and put it up inside. It's warm, right? Like, we don't need a fire if we have the hut.
This is Clay.
All right.
I think we're better off without a fire. If that dragon's senses are as strong as you say it is, Louis, from your books, I don't think we want to give him any advantage in finding us.
But surely the dragon knows that we're here.
He looks around.
There's no sense. There's no sense in being cold.
Does the hut
He doesn't know
just
that
long?
we survived it though.
We haven't seen
Oh
it.
right,
And
I
it
forgot
hasn't-
the hut is warm.
We haven't seen the dragon, and it hasn't bothered us since. It might have just pissed off somewhere. Might have gone for a snack while it was waiting for us to freeze to death under a ton of snow. I don't know, but it hasn't bugged us again, so maybe it doesn't
Yeah,
know where
let's-
we're at.
Let's just head to the cave and throw up the hut.
As you move through the small village towards the cave that is in the cliff face behind it, you begin to see small trails in the snow, signs that creatures have moved between the buildings here. In
And the
between,
tracks do they look like?
make a survival check. In between a couple of the buildings, you find a grisly sight. Feet frozen to the ground. A bit of snow piled up around them. The rest of the body missing. The ice thickly crusted around the feet, broken off as if a great beast bit off the rest of the orc that was frozen to the ground there. You find a couple more of them like that. You know, a leg, and that's it. Just frozen to the ground. Several inches of ice crusted around it, and it's just snapped off just below the knee, as if something massive just ate the rest of it. Lunalia, it's hard to tell. Small creatures, though. Maybe half your size or smaller. Several of them have moved from building to building fairly recently. Although it's hard to say when the last time snow fell here is. It's the middle of summer, but you are high up enough that you're still in the snow line. It's quite a high mountain peak. There is a bit of bare ground here and there, where the sun has sort of melted the snow back. But yeah, small creatures. You find your way to the cave, and Kern just goes straight in. It's not large and it's not deep, but it's deep enough no one will see us in here. And certainly you find that the cave's only about 30 feet deep, and there's a bit of a bend that obscures anyone outside from seeing within it.
How wide is the opening to this cave? Like, is there fear that the dragon could get in here or get its head in here?
Based on what you've seen of this dragon, yeah, he could get in here. Just barely. The roof of the cave is anywhere from 10 to 15 feet. And the cave is about twice that wide. The back of the cave looks to be collapsed. It may have been deeper at one point, but it's fallen in on itself.
I think we should definitely take some watches.
Yeah, I'll take the first one if that's okay. Hey, Rogar. That guy. Let's go take care of him, eh? Before it gets dark. He's not at Keys, is he?
Nope.
No, he said
He
AP.
went to the bio.
Okay.
I think.
Well then, what are the rest of you doing?
Lunalia's going to take a short rest so that she can attune to this ring.
Okay.
I needed a short rest as well, so I can recover some hit points.
Well, it's nighttime. We're about to take a long rest, aren't we?
That's true, but I mean, a preemptive short rest isn't a bad thing if something happens in the middle of the night.
Oh, true.
I shall do that. Then.
I'll do the same, just to recover a spell.
I'm just gonna sit in the corner and look around. Occasionally flip a coin.
I'll use my feet, my chef's feet, to help anyone who's trying to recover hit points.
Shit.
Hmm?
I didn't mean to shut that sound off.
What is your feat, sir? Oh, the cooking food, right?
Yeah. At the end of a short rest, any creature who eats the food and spends one or more hit dice to regain hit points regains an extra 1d8.
Sweet, thank you.
Oh wow, okay.
All those ones.
Yeah.
Oh, man, so bad.
I think tonight definitely calls for a stew or a soup of some sort.
Yeah. This...
Don't worry, Kern. I don't need to make a fire.
Hey, Rogar, help me with this guy. Let's go bury him.
Okay.
We'll be back.
How many people are going to use that, my feat? I can do it for 4... I can do it for 7 people. Or 7 meals,
I don't
guess.
need it.
I don't
Okay.
need it.
I don't need it.
Kern could use a snack.
It's just so I know how many to take off.
Okay, can I be the other 5 people? Just kidding. I don't know how you do it, Rogar, making these kind of dishes in the middle of nowhere. I just kind of eat.
Rogar, if you're going to bury that man, could I borrow your shield?
Yeah, sure. Rogar feels very weird without it.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna wait till Rogar's out of sight, and then she's gonna use his shield as a giant cooking basin.
Oh,
Of what?
A cooking basin.
I have cooking pots.
Oh, then she would ask to borrow those.
The fuck?
Look, I have chef utensils.
Oh. Rogar, I need pot.
Come on, that would be all like sweaty and gross and shit too. You're gonna make stew in that thing?
Just scrub it out with snow. You city
Yeah,
folk
go
are
ahead.
fucked. Okay, yeah, I need some. I need your cooking pot.
Okay.
She is going to boil water in it using heat metal. This is how you make things when you don't have a fire. Have I lost my internet?
No, we can.
No,
do
no.
that. We're just waiting for you to finish.
Yeah, she's going to heat water up for tea or stew or anything else that we need hot water for.
See, Rogar would head with Kern then.
Alrighty. Give me just a second here. Kern asks you to carry the body, and he says, "There's a place where we buried our dead. Well, not the ones the dragon killed. There was no time for that, but before that, things were better.
Right.
We'll take him there. We'll put him in the ground." And he takes you to a little spot, a good 15 minutes away, on the other side of the village, and partway around the mountain peak. There's a hollow that is protected from the elements a bit. You see simple gravestones, just made of not even worked stone, just small, I guess, large stones, small boulders that have been muscled into place. With a bit of snow drifted up around smaller piles of stone at their foot. 7 grave sites. And at the back of the hollow, there is a small cave. Again, not deep, just a shallow cave. You have to promise me that you won't tell the others.
I promise.
If the Forge Lord is willing, I'm gonna bring him back. This man. I don't know if I can, but I'll pray on it. And if I can, he deserves another chance.
Yeah.
When this is done, if we survive, I'm not coming back with you to Phandalin or to the Rock Seekers. I'm gonna stay here. The, whatever's left of my people, those who didn't make it out of here, they deserve a proper burial. They deserve proper prayers.
Right.
I'll be fine. I mean, hey, if we kill this thing, I get a fortress. That's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other shattered hands could, or not shattered hands, the shattered blades could come back here.
Yeah, if I can find him. I suppose I've I suppose I can pray on it. I've got a way to reach out to Lothrock, I think. Will you help me put him in here? We'll put him in this cave and put some stones up over the entrance. Hopefully, nothing will come dig him out. There's
Right.
wolves around, but they stay out of the way mostly. And so you spend the better part of an hour, interring this body into the, in the freezing weather into this shallow cave, stacking stones up over it to protect it. Not a word.
I promise.
I get what they did, but it's not right. I ain't gonna say anything. It's not my place. But I'm gonna make it right. If I can. Alright, let's go. Hungry. Who is taking first watch, and is there anything y'all are doing this night to better hide your location, get a head start on this dragon if you do catch wind of it, scout out where it might be, etc.? Or are you just going to take a long rest and fast forward to morning?
Lunalia will take first watch. She will sit right at the mouth of the cave, I guess, wrapped in her unnaturally white fancy coat.
Okay.
And she'll look to the skies and listen, keep an ear out.
The temperature drops. It gets very, very cold. I mean, it was already below freezing here. Maybe warming slightly above in the direct sun, enough that a bit of snow would melt here and there, but it's bitterly cold. The wind bites. The stars twinkle in the sky overhead as wisps of cloud race past. And a half moon rises and lights the snow about you with an ethereal glow. Make a perception check. A couple hours after darkness sets in, you hear the sound of massive wings on the wind. You don't see them, but you hear them. And then lightly, just faintly, you hear massive claws on stone high above you as it sets down. Yeah, except without the roar.
Except it didn't roar.
Yeah.
Can I tell just by listening roughly how far away it is?
Yeah, it sounds like it's up on top of the fortress, high above you.
Okay. Am I the only one awake right now?
Don't know. Did everybody else just call it a night? Or I imagine Noro's probably getting as much of his long rest as he can. But
Yes.
Scribble would have gone to bed early, hoping to wake up earlier.
Kern's awake, but not really paying attention to anybody. Perhaps meditating or praying quietly. Certainly not paying attention to it well enough to know that the dragons come back.
Oh, we're not still over at the grave thing. I thought we were doing that right now.
Oh no, you guys finished there and would have headed
Okay.
back. Yeah, like he wanted to get that wrapped up before it got too dark.
Right. I'd say Rogar is probably still awake.
Yeah, she'll walk deeper into the cave back to where the house, the chateau is set up. And she'll look to see who is awake. She'll see Kern's awake, but she doesn't really want to bother him. So she'll say to Rogar, the dragon's returned. It's landed. What sounds like above at the fortress.
Alright, well, we know it's here. I guess keep an ear out for if it leaves again.
She is going to wake. To wake Louis for the next watch.
What? Hello, what?
It's your turn to take watch, Louis.
I should, should other people do this stuff. I do not. What do you mean? What do I do for a watch?
You watch to see if anything approaches, to keep your ears open, your eyes open, to keep us safe so we don't get jumped while we're all sleeping. You know what, Louis? Go back to sleep.
Checker.
She's gonna go and wake Noro.
Can't.
Noro, wake up.
He took a special salve.
She's gonna smack him lightly in the face. Noro!
And in Dwarvish, she like calls out his master's name. Oh, it's you. Yes, danger. It's like
Not
trying
yet.
trying to
Sort
reach a
of.
weapon.
Wake up first. Don't jump to conclusions. We are meditating tomorrow night, regardless of what is happening. The dragon has returned, and it is your turn to take watch.
Okay. So he goes to his position, and he makes his way there. So I'll take watch then.
So yeah, Lunalia will sit and immediately trance.
So Nora's taking watch, the next watch.
Yes, sir.
Noro, go ahead and make a perception check. Go ahead and actually, if you can make it a disadvantage, I'll take the higher roll for sound and the lower roll for visual, because it actually makes a difference. It actually doesn't make much of a difference. Okay. Couple hours into your watch, you are you pacing around, or are you sitting at the entrance to the cave? Where are you at?
I'm honestly sitting at the entrance of the cave, but and he wants to doze off, but no one knows.
Oh.
You become aware of sound. A low growl, something moving through the snow. There is a soft bark, a snap of jaws, a high pitched squeak. Some whispers in a language you don't understand in high voices, and something moving through the darkness towards you quickly.
Who's the nearest person to me, would you say?
The cabin is about 20 feet behind you and kind of around a shallow corner.
Okay, I would like to try to stealth and hide.
Okay. You move back into the cavern a little ways, into the darkness, and, find a stone outcropping to hide behind. Go ahead and roll stealth.
Yes. You want me to do a stealth check?
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, here we go. Yes.
Natural 20. Finding the deepest, darkest of shadows, you melt into them. Quite proud of yourself for your newfound hiding place. And as you watch from the shadows, you see three small figures, smaller than Louis, lizard-like with long, thin tails, wrapped in a variety of leather and furs. Their eyes twinkling in the starlight, running full speed towards the cavern that you're in. And behind them, you see a shape in the darkness, the moonlight highlighting its white fur. And as it bears down on them from behind, you see it's a wolf, eyes glowing blue. Its mouth opens, and a fog at first turns to just a full-blown maelstrom of a strange, ethereal, glowing, like snowstorm that pours out of its mouth. Two of these three little kobolds, I will display a picture of what kobolds look like in the Roll20 chat. Two of these three little kobolds are overtaken by this thing's frost breath. One of them freezing solid mid-step. It trips and shatters into several pieces. The other one slows, hit only by the edge of it, but you see the life leave its eyes as it drops to the ground, frost rhyming it. The third one, ahead of the other two, makes it to the mouth of the cave, and the Winterwolf stops and just growls at it as the little kobold scrabbles into the rocks.
So, like 20 feet into the cave, or like, a little ways down the cave, the hut would be set up to be blocking it if possible.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Noro, this kobold tries to hide amongst the rocks and runs right into you, stops, and sort of presses up against you as if you're the rock wall. Realizes that the rock wall is a little soft and warm, and turns around and looks right up at you and looks you right in the face and just screams this crazy high-pitched squeal.
Okay.
What do you do?
I don't know. Wouldn't I be bony and hard?
Yeah, not as hard as a rock wall. Like,
Right, but the temperature would give it away.
Yeah.
I guess I palm his face where his mouth is,
Okay.
and I grab him, and I just go ahead and just I don't know, I'll whip it around and just kind of, I guess, crush his skull in against the side of the wall there.
Make a grapple check, athletics. he manages to wriggle out of your grasp, and drops to the ground, his little claws ticking on the stone. You got one more action. You can try and grab him again.
Yep. It's like slippery son of a. Oh, come on. Son of a biscuit.
Again, he claws at your wrist and manages to get free, and backs away from you wide-eyed and skitters off into the darkness, further into the cavern. You get an attack of opportunity as he exits melee range. You could basically just take a swing at him.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a swing at him.
Oh man,
You like kobolds?
I should have taken the second watch.
Oh, it was a 17! Come on! Spun off the other one.
Not enough. With your sword in hand, you strike out at him, and he actually he sees it coming, spins around in midair, tumbles, lands prone, scrabbles back to his feet, and keeps running away. But he does lose half of his 30 feet of movement. You hear a sound as he impacts the side of the cabin that's put up in the cavern, and whoever in the cabin, is awake or is, slightly awake or maybe sleeping lightly would hear something whoomp hit the side of the cabin.
Well, yeah, I mean, Lunalia is only trancing.
The sound of little claws scrabbling against the cabin wall.
If he looks up at a window, he just sees Pierre staring down at him with the blink blink of his eyes blinking.
You hear this little high-pitched squeal as the frightened kobold backs away from this strange specter floating in the window.
Sensing trouble, Lunalia will step outside. Nora, what is going on?
As you step out the door looking for Noro, you see this little 3-foot tall lizardly kobold look up at you and just scream.
Stop that.
And start to run away into sort of the corner of the cavern, trying to find a way around the cabin, digging in the corner, trying to squeeze past it.
She'll go up behind it and she'll crouch down because they're really tiny. Stop doing that. You need to calm down.
Make a persuasion check.
Those are charisma based.
Mm-hmm.
Potato.
The little kobold stops trying to dig at the cavern wall, some of the loose rubble at the cavern wall around the cabin, and turns and instead pulls out a little comically small dagger, a little rusted blade that has a jagged edge, and just holds it with both hands and points it at you.
There's no need for that. Nobody in here is going to hurt you. if you calm down. Can you understand me? What are you doing in here?
Running.
Running from what?
From the beast. It took the others. It did not take me.
The dragon?
No.
What beast?
The wolf.
There's a wolf out there?
Mm-hmm. It's big. It breathes cold. So cold.
Ah, I've heard of these wolves.
Hmm. If you kill it for me, I will give you a treasure greater than anything you ever seen.
I don't need a treasure.
It just looks at you, blink, blink, like, of course you do. Everybody does.
Come, let's have a look at this wolf.
Hmm.
You can't stay here. More than one of my friends will try to kill you.
Hmm.
Come with me. And she's just gonna hold out her finger for him to hold.
Make another persuasion check. This time with advantage.
I'll get a 7. Oh, not bad.
He reaches up and very quickly slaps your finger away. And puffs out his chest. Still holding
no need to be
the
rude.
little dagger in one hand. Takes a couple steps in front of you and leads you to the mouth of the cavern, making a wide
Okay.
arc around Noro if Noro is still in his hiding spot. I'm not-
I mean, he's only, what, 20 feet away?
yeah, has Noro just kind of stayed there the whole time, or did he follow this guy?
I was kind of leaning more towards going to the cabin.
Okay. Well, on your way to the cabin, you see Lunalia and this little kobold, and the kobold sees you and takes a couple steps away from you and holds this little jagged, rusted dagger in your direction, like to fend you off.
I'm like, oh, good, you got him. But wait, he's
Yes.
holding your hand.
No, he's not holding my hand. He smacked my hand away.
Oh. So then I was like, okay, I'm trying to reach for him. Now I'm gonna get you.
No, Noro.
No?
No.
What happened? Why?
Nothing happened. Did you see a wolf outside, Noro?
I heard noises, but then this
Well,
guy
you-
touched my crotch.
What?
You saw just enough before you moved further into the cavern to see the winter wolf come up behind the kobolds, and then it sort of disappeared in the frost breath that it breathed in their direction. The breath sort of obscured it, and then you got out of there.
This little one says that it was chased in here by a wolf, that it got the others. Do you
Mhm.
live out here, little one?
No, we live in the mountain. Deep under stone.
And why were you outside? It's dangerous out here.
Treasure. Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Some things left in there. And he nods towards the remains of the village. A few things. Some we keep. The rest we offer as tribute to the White One. And it looks sort of up at the ceiling of the cavern, up sort of through stone up towards where the dragon rests.
you bring treasures for the White Dragon?
Mm-hmm.
And he asks you to do this?
Well, he lets us live. Sometimes he lets us eat scraps that are left. And sometimes he protects us from the wolves. Mhm.
What will you do if the dragon's not here? You need to learn to fend for yourself.
Mm. dragon wasn't here, you would have his home. And the little kobold smiles, and a little toothy grin spreads across its face. And then we would be the master of the fortress. Yes.
I see. Well, maybe we'll help get rid of this dragon for you.
His eyes go wide and he blinks. Why would you do that?
Well, my big friend here likes to hunt dragons. We've been tracking this big white one for some time. It's causing a lot of trouble for a nearby town.
Poker, have we seen kobolds before?
That's a good question. In this campaign, you have not.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So
Would Noro have seen one? I'm not
No.
sure, but they're
They're pretty common in
fairly
the mountains, aren't they?
commonplace. You would know what a kobold is. Like, it would be like, I don't know. I mean, I've never seen a giraffe in person, but I know what a giraffe is, and
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised by the sight of one.
They're like raccoons.
Well, since we were on the subject of boots earlier, Noro just can't get out of his mind how they have feet like Rogar.
Yeah, it looks like a little skinny Rogar.
Yeah, really tiny.
Totally different color. This one's kind of like a rusty brown.
Okay, it's just that I would say the level of conversation that's happening. Noro's curious.
Yes, my friends and I are here to help remove this dragon. So be sure to stay well out of our way. I wouldn't want you or your friends to get hurt.
The little kobold just kind of nods, and you can see gears turning there as he's thinking. Okay. I'll tell Vraz. He'll know what to do.
Who is Vraz?
My leader. The greatest among us.
Perhaps we will need to speak to this Vraz. Where is he?
Deep beneath stone and snow. Their home.
You go back and tell your leader to just stay down there. Don't come up for the next 24 hours.
I'm trying, but this thing is in my way. And he points at the cabin.
You'll have to wait a little while.
He looks back nervously out into the snow. And as you look over his shoulder out the entrance of the cave, you see a dark, large shape move between the buildings.
She's just going to tap Noro on the arm and indicate with her thumb. We have more company, it seems. You go help hide back beside that cabin, little one.
He goes over and sort of pulls himself into a corner between the cabin and the cavern wall. Holding his dagger in both hands, he just kind of presses himself down into the corner as small as he can get and just stays there.
Noro, Somia has told me about these wolves. They're fairly dangerous, but very smart.
Oh, I'm starting to remember. I'll go get the others.
Okay. She's just gonna stay at the entrance.
Come on,
Make
boys,
sure the
we eating
wolf doesn't
Smart
get in.
Wolf tonight.
How can I see the wolf?
You see it as it sort of paces from ruin to ruin in the small village, a short distance away from you. You can see one frozen kobold lying face down in the snow, and perhaps a spot where another one fell and was eaten or taken away.
Yeah, so she'll just say out into the dark. You're not gonna find an easy meal here, friend. You'd best move on.
You hear a low growl from that short distance away. And you see the shape sort of shrink back and pad off into the distance and disappear out of sight.
Yeah, seeing that it's sort of buggered off for the time being, Lunali's gonna walk back into the cave.
Okay.
All right, Noro. I've scared the wolf away. Noro's AFK. I've scared the wolf away. You're good to return to your watch.
And so he does. And the night progresses. Do we want to just do we want to wait till Nora gets back, or do we want to just pick somebody for next watch? Let's just pick somebody.
Yeah. She'll go and attempt to wake Louis up.
Again?
Yeah. No, Louis can't do the watch. She will go and attempt to wake Scribble up.
Okay.
Scribble.
What?
It's your turn to take watch. Noro needs to sleep.
Okay.
There's a big wolf outside, prowling around. Just keep an eye out.
All right.
And ignore the kobold outside the door.
Just walk off towards the entrance.
you exit the cabin, and you hear a to your left. As a timid-looking kobold, smaller than you, is sort of wedged into a crack, between the edge of the cabin and the cavern wall. A rusted, jagged little dagger pointed in your direction, clutched tightly in both hands, both clawed hands. And he just holds it pointed at you, and as you move, the dagger kind of follows you. Unless you want to interact with the kobold, go ahead and make a perception check for your watch.
I'll just ignore the kobold for now.
You don't want to lightning bolt him?
They have like 5 or 6 hit points. They're not a threat by themselves.
They have 5 hit points.
If he gets close to me, he's done.
24. As night crawls on towards morning, the biting cold seeps in. You can't really seem to get warm out here, no matter how much you bundle up.
Can I use prestidigitation to make an area warm?
You can. I believe you can. And so, using magic, you stay warm. The little kobold eventually, you hear the tick of its clawed feet on the cavern floor, It stays a good distance away from you, like across the cavern's entrance from you, but eventually he comes out a little ways and peers out of the cavern. You don't see this wolf that Lunalia mentioned, and it's dead quiet. But as dawn breaks and light fills the sky, you do see a shadow pass overhead, and the sound of great wings on the wind as the dragon departs. You wait, holding your breath for a long 30 seconds or so, and it circles again, and then you see it dip off into the distance, into the valleys below the mountain.
Excellent.
The little kobold, seeing it fly off, and seemingly happy with his survey of the landscape about you, gives you one side eye, kind of pokes the air in front of him with the dagger in your direction, and then skitters off out into the snow.
Alright, I'll just let him run off. Figure those tracks are good.
So, morning comes. You all get your 5-minute warning on the cabin.
Attention, inhabitants.
I love it.
Does the little...
Wait, I got a better 5-minute warning.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Are you actually going to?
No.
Does the cabin come equipped with that little, like, red swirling light?
The warning light, like red
Yeah.
alert.
No, there's no lights. Just a nice, soft, verbal announcement.
Once everyone is awake and coherent,
Mm-hmm.
Lunalia will go over the evening's events. That the dragon has returned, but I guess Scribble would fill us in that it left again.
It is gone.
There was a big wolf outside that the kobolds were being chased by. I think it's one of the smart wolves that Kern mentioned. And there are definitely kobolds about.
Is the one kobold still here with us?
Oh no, he buggered off. At daybreak, seeing that there was no more lupine threat out there, he scrabbled off into the snow. As Scribble mentioned, leaving a clear trail to follow.
Before we get... I guess before too much time passes, before our long rest, Rogar will make some snacks or special treats with my chef feet. I can make 3 of them, and they will last for 8 hours.
What do they do?
A creature can use a bonus action to eat one of those treats to gain temporary hit points equal to my proficiency bonus. So, 3 bonus health.
How long does the temp hit points last for?
I imagine the 8 hours? I don't really know.
I think don't temporary hit points last until they last the day?
I think so, but there's some things that just grant you it for a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
Well, it's helpful if, I don't know, you and Rogar and you are Rogar, you and Noro probably want them.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, who do we give these treats to? I mean, it is only 3 additional health, but
Every point
it's
counts.
yeah.
Yeah, the 2 big melee definitely need to take them. Maybe
Yeah, if I
Kern.
get hit twice, I'm down anyway.
Mm,
Maybe give one to Kern.
okay.
As you guys are talking about the kobold, I mentioned the kobold. Kern just grumbles and says, "Yeah, I think I might have said before we ran into those kobolds. They seem to have made a home in some of the deeper tunnels beneath the fortress. Used to be a back way out."
Yes, it seems that they are residing deep beneath inside the mountain.
Hmm.
They would
You-
love it if the dragon was gone.
Huh. Probably not enough to help us, though.
They're pretty cowardly, I think.
Sure, until you get like 20 of them together. I still think we should block off that door. The door that goes down to the crypts.
Right. We don't
I
want them
think that's-
sneaking up on us.
I think that's
Yeah.
probably a good idea. I did tell them to stay away, but that doesn't mean they'll listen.
So what are we gonna do?
Well, let's find this entrance and block it up first.
Yeah, let's go investigate this fort now that we know the dragon is gone.
Well,
Right.
the crypts are below the fortress.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's a tunnel out of the crypts into wherever these kobolds are at. That's how we tried to get out. We couldn't.
Well, let's make that our first stop then.
Right. Well, follow me, I guess. You gonna pack up your, and he looks back at the cabin and it's gone. Oh, right, it does that. Weird, man. Weird. Kern leads you up a fairly wide, like 10 to 15 foot wide path, dotted with the occasional tumbled down stone. The path winds a snaking trail up the cliffside and onto another plateau, sort of towards the top of this the shoulder of the mountain, as it is. The peak rises east, up and away from you, up over the fortress. And as you come up to the fortress, and I'll bring up the map for it, it is quite large, and on one side fairly intact. But you see just over the lip of the outcropping that it sits on top of, the walls are shattered on one side. A large pile of rubble litters the ground below it. Let me know when you guys can see the map.
I can see the rooftop.
Oh, if
Remember
you-
to scroll down.
Yeah, if you scroll down,
Oh,
you'll
that's
see the
right.
rest of it. The path circles around a large guard tower. passing underneath a cobblestone bridge that sits a good 40 feet over your heads, and around up to a front gatehouse. How are you approaching, and what are you doing to ensure this dragon doesn't just swoop down on your heads and eat you?
I will keep an eye to the skies. I'm watching for shadows sweeping across the landscape. Keeping an ear out for the sound of wings.
Okay.
Should we try to be sneaky?
I think that's probably a good idea. I will cast Pass Without a Trace. Oh, I should have hit my long rest button.
Oh yeah, everybody hit your. I forgot to for Kern as well. Hit your long rest button.
Thank you.
And don't forget to confirm it.
Okay, so I cast Pass Without a Trace on everyone.
Cool. Well, if you guys are moving stealthily, go ahead and do that. And Kern says, it's a half hour if we move fast to get up there. Longer if we take our time. So 19's from Scribble and Noro, 23 from Rogar, a 31 from Lunalia. Who else we got? Louis
Ooh, brutes!
with an 11.
Nice.
Get his wagon.
It's his wagon that's
Hey,
catching
natural
up.
one is not the wagon. It's on skis, but it still sounds like wheels are squeaking as
It's like flipped upside down, and he hasn't noticed. He's just kind of dragging it through the snow. Let's see, and for a special boy Kern, he gets a 16. Ooh, not great. Wow. Okay. Interesting. As you make your way up the path, Kern stops and says, I think maybe now's the time. And he casts Locate Creature. As he grasps his holy symbol and chants a short prayer. There's a bit of a golden shimmer that passes over his eyes. He sort of scans the sky around. No. Not anywhere nearby us. We're safe for now, but it moves fast, so we only have seconds. Once I sense it. We have an hour. After that, I won't be able to tell where it's at.
Well, let's
we
make
should
the most
move.
of. Yeah, let's make the most of the time we have then.
All right. Are you're gonna just move right up to the front door of the place?
I
there are-
imagine so.
you know, you can climb the steep cliffs and enter a different way, perhaps through, where the wall is torn down, or you could just go in through the front door. It's totally up to you. Karen says, I don't know what condition it's in anymore. I mean, if the dragon's been living there, if the kobolds have been through the place, who knows?
Where is the front door?
Right here. Yeah, I'm
Oh.
realizing that the doors aren't very prominent. They're not very easy to see.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah, there are double iron doors here, here, and here.
Okay. I didn't see a way that makes sense to get from where you have us on the map on that path to here.
Yeah, you guys would,
Oh, it circles down and around, of course. Okay.
I say we just try the front door.
I agree.
All right. Through the front door, you enter the large iron doors. One of them sits open, and the other one is sort of leaned up against the wall, broken hinges. The broken door is dented in the middle, as if something large threw itself at it, and you can see the stonework around the aging hinges is all cracked and broken. Inside is a stable area where perhaps once the clan of orcs that lived here kept horses or other beasts of burden or riding animals. It is empty now. As you move throughout the space, you find a storage room that's been ransacked, the door wide open. Bits of grain and other provisions scattered across the floor, the rest of it taken. Empty crates laying overturned. A barracks with several cots, the bedding stripped off 2 of them. A small smithy that looks relatively intact. Tools littered across the floor. A sharpening, large grindstone, an anvil, a forge, and a rather large sack of coal next to it. The forge is cold. Stairs that lead up into a large room with arrow slits around one side of it that look over the valley below and the path that leads up. There is a hatch in the ceiling and a rickety-looking wooden ladder that leads up to it. And then another set of double doors that don't seem to be locked. Looks like they can be barred from the inside that lead out to the bridge.
Does it look like
do-
there's... Go ahead.
Pierre will pop up, and I'll just do a once over with detect magic through this, see if anything pops out. We do
Okay.
an investigation check.
Lunalia is looking for signs of residency.
Okay. Louis, you definitely don't find anything magical in this building. If anybody else wants to make investigation checks as they poke about, please feel free. Is anybody going to go through the hatch onto the roof?
Rogar will.
Okay.
Not Scribble, he likes to do that.
I was going to.
Rogar, you the ladder creaks under your weight but holds just barely. As you push the iron reinforced wooden hatch open, it creaks, the hinges creak. You risk a peek through, and you see on the rooftop a weather-worn ballista. Its rope frayed and broken, and no ammunition for it anywhere in sight. It's covered with ice, but it's still intact, except for its rope.
Right. I'll fully get on the roof then.
Okay. There is a second one in worse condition on the lower rooftop to the south. Again, the rope is weather worn and rotted and has fallen apart and frayed, and the winch on this one looks to be in a state of disrepair. The ballista up top here is definitely in the better condition of the two, but it needs some work. Linelia, you find that the fireplace here, there's a large stone hearth in the main room here, in this guard tower. There is a chimney that that perhaps somebody Louis or Scribble's size could climb up. They would have to probably make an athletics check, and they'd be squeezing through a very narrow space. You imagine it leads to the roof. You can see light when you look up the chimney.
Why would I ask my friends to climb up a chimney when there's a hatch there? She'll point it out to Louis. I think you or Scribble could fit up there.
Why would I want you fit up there?
I don't know. I'm just pointing it out.
And what you find as you move around this space is that there are scant signs of anything other than the raid on the storeroom and some of the bedding being taken of anything being in this place recently.
Okay.
I mean, it's open to the elements with the front door sort of busted open, but certainly nothing's been living in here.
Okay.
And with the stairwell being what it is, this room is somewhat defensible, as well as affording a bit of a view. The arrow slits provide 3/4 cover, so these windows around this side are actually quite concealing. You'd have advantage on a stealth check if hiding in here against anything outside, and you'd have a +5 to your AC and dex saves against anything attacking you through them.
Noro, could you pick up or not Noro, Rogar, could you pick up that giant arrow that's on the ground beside you?
The what now?
There's a giant arrow beside me?
On the map, it looks like there's a big arrow on the ground beside the ballista.
Does it?
Oh, yeah, there is.
Well, there shouldn't be. Ignore that. Yeah. I see
Does
it.
the rope on the ballista look like it could be mended, or is it too shredded?
It's too shredded.
Does it look
Current-
like it could be any rope?
Curran mentioned before, when he was talking about the place, I think at the end of last session, that there might be supplies further in. There's an armory, and it might have supplies to repair the ballista.
Alright. How far down from, like, the roof where me and Scribble are, how far down to the bridge?
From the roof to the bridge is a good 20 feet. It's 20, 25 feet or so. Like there's the crenellated wall, like 5-foot high wall that you'd have to hop over to hop down. So it's about 25 feet.
Is
Okay.
that a good Noro yeeting distance?
It's 2d6 falling damage and LeProne. And you are level with the rooftop on the other side. You'd see off in the distance, over the half wall that surrounds most of the roof there, the glint of thick ice, that sheet of just super thick ice, shimmering blue, and there's a bit of a fog, steam rising off of it in the sunlight. It's just slick across the entire rooftop of the other part of the building, and it climbs up the wall here. There's at the far end of the building there is a small room that sits another, its rooftop sits another 15-20 feet above the roof of the rest of the building, and it looks like the doors on one side are broken down. And you see just a little bit of rubble on the other side where it looks like the wall's been torn open. You see more chimneys on the other rooftop as well. 5 of them leading up from what you guess must be hearths within the rest of the building.
Is the door that leads out onto the bridge, does it look like it's openable?
Yes.
Is it locked?
Nope, it is not locked. It's closed, but not locked.
Is it trapped?
You could make a investigation check. Hmm. It does not appear to be trapped.
Then she will give it a go.
Okay. The door swings open, roughly, rust on its hinges, but open it does, and you're looking out onto a 10-foot wide, 50-foot long span of cobbled bridge. A slight arch to it leaves its middle point at the highest, and on the far end, another pair of iron doors. These are slightly ajar. One open a little further than the other, and just a crack of shadow between them tells you that the interior of the building's dark.
She's going to, before she steps out onto the bridge, she's going to hang her head out the door and look up and just give a listen, check for shadows, wings, etc.
Kern sees you looking around. It's safe. I can tell you he's not anywhere nearby.
Ah. Then she will take one step onto the bridge and have a look and make sure it looks like it's not going to collapse under us.
Does Scribble actually go running across the bridge like that?
Yeah, it's gonna walk across the bridge.
Okay. Lunalia, you gingerly step out onto the bridge, being very careful, cautious, looking around. Scribble just struts past you and across.
She'll stand up a little straighter then and make her way across the bridge as well. Quickly, she doesn't want to be caught mid-span as a dragon swoops down.
There is a scribble you find near the door, and I should have mentioned this. Within the guard house over here, there is a similar one, a large bronze bell, like a warning bell, that hangs from the wall. There is a similar one on the outside of the building here, perhaps to request entrance. But of course the door sits ajar, and you can easily slip inside without even moving it.
I don't think we need to ring a bell if the door's open.
Mm-hmm.
We should wait for the others before we head in.
Yeah, Rogar will make his way over.
For the sake of brevity, we can just fast forward to all of you sort of moving together into the space in here. As you enter, you find yourself in an entryway, arrow slits on either side of you that sit slightly above the main floor that you stand on, where attackers could assail you from either side and be relatively safe. Before you lies the darkness of an audience chamber. Shields, weapons, tapestries hang from the wall. The tapestries are tattered. A rime of frost has crawled up halfway up the tapestries and lines the walls and a bit of the floor in this area. Painted on the floor, visible through a rime of frost, is a crest of a hammer breaking a sword, painted on the floor. Kern walks into the room and just kneels down and places his palm flat on the crest. And just stays there, kneeled down for a while. Then he looks up, and at the far wall, he says, There's a secret door that leads to the crypts, and one on the other side as well. If you lean hard against the wall, it pops open. And he kind of looks back at the rest of you. Well,
I don't have the strength for something like that. We need one.
Izel, does the door open inward towards us, or inward or outward, like down into the secret?
Yeah, so it sort of swings inward. He just sighs and stands up heavily, walks over to it, and puts his back into it, just sort of falls against the wall. And as soon as he does, you see that there's a shower of dust around the seam where the door was, and it actually isn't hidden quite as well as you thought it would be. It's more sort of the rime of ice that covered it that hit it, and the ice shatters and falls to the ground in a pour of white dust as the door swings open slowly. He peers down into the darkness. I don't hear anything.
Have you been below before?
Well, yeah, down to the crypts, yeah, but not into the cave beyond. Like I
mean,
said,
it just seems to me like I don't think kobolds could open this door.
Well, there's on the inside there's a wheel you turn that opens it.
Ah. Do you know of a place below where we can block it off?
I mean, the hallway and the stairway there is as narrow as it gets. You know, if there's any furniture left in this place, I don't know. I'd say pile it up in there, block them off at least for a while, or I don't know. Do you guys got any ideas? He takes you in and shows you. It's a narrow, like 4-foot wide tunnel that leads steeply downwards. Old stone stairs, perhaps carved right into the mountainside itself, fall away steeply into a chamber below.
And both doors open inward to that narrow hallway?
Yeah. Yeah, the other one swings in the same way, one at a time.
Well, if we remove the wheels, then they can't really open them.
But can we shut it?
Well, yeah, you can pull it shut. There's a catch here. He finds a spot in the wall. It kind of looks almost like just a seam in the stonework, and he pushes his fingers into it and pulls. And you can see he pulls the wall a few inches. You know, grunting and groaning the whole time. He says it's hard, but you know, one person can pull it shut. That might be enough. I mean, they could pry it open, I think, but yeah.
I can't imagine kobolds being very strong, so...
I mean, you know, 20 of them, but...
And this is happening in here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It's over here.
I see us on the bridge, that's why I'm like...
Oh, yeah. Feel free to move yourselves into the room.
What about the entrance into the cave from the crypts? Is there a way that we can block that door?
We might be able to cave it in. I mean, they can dig through that pretty easily. Kobolds can dig like crazy.
Well, let's explore the rest of the keep first and then figure out what to do. Maybe we can find better options.
Yep. Follow me. He carefully moves into the hallway to the south of this room. You see light pouring in through arrow slits, and perhaps an exposed walkway around the corner. He takes you into the dining hall, and I won't bother moving your minis around. The map's not really made to explore so much as it is to use, if and when there is a fight. Perhaps to fall back for safety's sake, etc. He takes you into a large dining hall. There's another hearth here, and inspecting each one of these large hearths, you can see that there is light, a bit of light visible through the chimney from the top. And again, like Lunalia saw on the first one, a couple of the smaller folks in the party could, shimmy up one, or perhaps, boogie down if they needed to.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, little Nathria reference. If they needed to get off the rooftop quickly, they could possibly hop down one of the chimneys to get out of sight. Further over is what's left of a kitchen and pantry. Both of these rooms have broken tables and chairs. A sack of grain spilled all over the floor in here. Meager bits of wood left, some charred, some unburnt, near the hearths. A pantry behind the kitchen that's been ransacked. But you do find an armory. And in the armory is possibly the jackpot you're looking for. A stack of ballista bolts, 5 of them. Several coils of very, very heavy, multi-corded rope braided together. A few weapons, but most of the any small arms or armor, smaller pieces that could be carried off by kobolds or used by kobolds has been taken. Short swords and daggers. There are a couple of great swords, some large shields, pikes and halberds. None of them exceptional quality whatsoever, but and quite a few of them look old and covered in tarnish or rust. Perhaps remnants from whoever occupied this place even before the orcs moved in. But you think you find what it will take to repair the ballista. It's just a matter of time and skill.
Okay.
Lastly, there is a what looked like perhaps the quarters of whoever owned this place, maybe before the orcs. The master of the fortress. A room a little bit nicer than the barracks that you found in the guard post. A old double wide bed that's broken down, stripped of its linens. A wrecked wardrobe, a few bits of broken furniture, an overturned chair with one leg broken off, and a small writing desk that's been upturned. Again, a matching secret door here. When Kern shows you, he leans against it and it pops open as well. This one moves a little bit freer than the other one did, in a similar hearth. Scribble's already found the stairwell up. There's a spiral staircase that spirals up and out of sight to the room above. And then there is a sort of great room here in the northwestern corner with a hearth similar to the others. It's much better lit with the arrow-slitted towers around it. But one side has been torn open, rubble strewn across the snowy mountainside below it, where once there was a wall and a hallway that ran around the perimeter of the building. It's been completely torn open by massive clawed hands, and Scribble, are you going up the stairwell to the top floor, or?
Yeah.
Okay. As you move up to the top floor, the temperature drops several degrees. You find yourself having to move slower and slower as you ascend the stairs, as a thick sheet of ice has formed over the last 6 or 7 steps. The room above is a frozen menagerie of glittering gold scattered across the floor with several inches of ice sheet over the top of it. There are the frozen remains of several humanoids in here. Most recently, the headless body of an ogre, covered in about an inch thick layer of ice, laying on the ground. Several gray-skinned orcs visible under thick ice, in stuck in horrifying poses, almost as if they were frozen solid, standing on their feet. The remains of furniture, the large stone hearth at the north end of the room, covered with this thick icicles hanging from the walls and ceiling. At the south end of the room, the wall is torn open as it is below, and you can see, there's the ice continues over the edge and out of sight as there's a drop off, 20 feet to the ground below. To your right, iron doors lay on the ground, broken in, as if something massive had flung itself against them. Their hinges torn right out of the stone walls. And if you go out and carefully move across the ice, it's quite slippery. You'll find that the entire rooftop is covered in that thick sheet of ice as well. Not that way. This way. No, this way. You were walking through solid stone. Unless you have a spell.
That's
for that.
fine.
That's fine.
So can I hear the party down below through this little chimney thing?
You know what? Make a perception check. You do hear the echo of voices through it. And that tells you that if you guys are inside when the dragon returns, it may hear you. Or you may have to be quiet and careful around these hearths.
Does it seem like there's any way for him to get into like the guts of the building, or just like the one big room that he's in, that the wall's down in?
Yeah, that's a good question. So you guys have seen this dragon not up close, but you've seen the dragon on a couple occasions, 30, 40 feet away, 20, 30 feet away. You would imagine that the only place it can actually get into is this room here and the room above it. Through the large hole that it wrecked in the southern wall, or through the double wide doorway here. There is it would be a tight fit, but if it got through the doors on the front of the building, it could get into this space. And that is it.
But I mean, did it also not break down the whole wall on the other side? Like, surely it could break down other walls.
It did, but I mean, wandering through the space, you'd realize that some of the walls of this fortress are quite thick, are reinforced. The dragon would likely not be able to break through the ceiling or through these thicker walls. I mean, it's hard to say, but it's like 5 feet of solid stone. versus the outer walls, which are quite a bit thinner.
This place is creepy.
Mm-hmm.
So Kern, as you all gather together and share your intel of the place, Kern says, "What do you guys want me to do? I mean, it's only a matter of time before this spell burns out, and then we're only relying on our eyes to know when this thing comes back."
Well, our eyes and our hearing.
Well, yeah, but it's sneaky too, right? I mean, he was right up above us a couple nights ago.
Well, we're by his lair. I don't think he's going to. I don't think he would try and sneak back here.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, look, I'm here, man. Tell me what to do. I don't really know what to do next.
I would like to try and get a ballista fixed, since we have the parts, but that might take a while. I don't know how much time we have. Do we think it's worth it to fix a ballista, or should we just leave it and prepare for something else?
I don't
Do you
know
know how to
anything
shoot
about.
one?
I don't know anything about them.
I imagine it wouldn't be too different than a crossbow, just bigger.
Look, I got an idea. I don't know if it'll work or not. I'm not real sure.
What's your idea?
Well, hang on. I gotta look at my character sheet for a second.
Okay.
Narcissistic bastard. Hold on, guys. I gotta check myself out.
Yeah, I'm having a little trouble with the damn. There it is.
There's a dam here as well?
No.
Yep.
Oh, really? Oh, that's always prepared. Hmm. Look.
Should we start fires in here? Try to warm this place up. I mean, all of this is covered in ice up top. Maybe setting fires in the house. I mean, it would let him know that we are here, but it could
True.
help to start melting the ice. Maybe I do not know. Do you think that would work?
I think it would take a while, but I mean, if the dragon's not back for hours, maybe it would be beneficial.
Hey, Louis. That book you got on dragons, is it... does it say anything about, like, do they speak common? Like, can I talk to it?
Oui, I believe so. It can understand and speak to us.
Alright, so I got an idea. I don't know, I can talk to it. Not a lot, like, just a few words.
Alright.
Maybe enough to, like, from anywhere to anywhere. I can either tell it we're somewhere else, you know, challenge it, piss it off, and get it to come after us somewhere else to buy us some time here if we want to, you know, set up a trap or something. Or I can tell it we're here, get it to show up real quick. You know, that is if it listens to me or can understand me. That's all I got, and I can kind of only do it a couple of times. It's the sending spell. He's talking about the sending spell.
Mm.
And he knows this dragon. So
I do not know. I do not know that it would believe us if we were trying to deceive it. And I do not know what advantage we would have luring it back.
Just
Let's,
offering, man.
let me see how many-
I'm not the brains here. I'm just offering, man. Just trying to think of what I can do for you.
Phil, thank you. What does our preparation should we do?
I think you have the right idea, Louis. I think we should try and get some fires going.
Well, Scribble mentioned that he could hear us from up top through the chimneys. Could we use that as an advantage? Is anyone able to throw their voice from a distance? Like if someone retreats down here and either shouts up a chimney or uses a spell and it travels through, do you think it would distract the dragon to move in that direction? To, I don't know, breathe down the chimney?
Yeah,
I
I don't know.
didn't know. I do not know how to do this. I can make the files though, and a little Pierre will grow a little bit larger, and though he is still incorporeal, he will become a unseen servant. But like he's like kind of seen a little bit. And he'll
You're
trace
gonna
his
light
way
Pierre on
around,
fire?
and he can light fires, and all three. As long as there's wood to burn, he can, gather the stuff for the fires and set fires on these hearths. And then once he's done that, he's gonna go up to the dragon's lair and start working on prying gold from the ice.
Oh, that'll piss him off when it gets home.
Pierre is or Louis is?
Oh, Pierre is.
Yeah, it's under like inches of ice. It's going to take a very long time for him to chip away at it, but sure, it's free labor, right?
Yeah.
The between the wrecked furniture in this place and what firewood is left, yeah, there's plenty to burn, and you could set fires in all of the hearths if you wanted to. Is that what you
Well,
guys
and
are
we
doing?
found
or-
coal in the other tower too, didn't we?
Yeah, for running the forge there. Yeah, for running
Yeah,
the
so-
furnace.
I say we get all 5 hearths going. Lunali is
Well-
going to go up to the roof with Pierre. And just sort of keep a lookout. There's not really anything else she can help with, but she'll keep a lookout.
Let's.
Actually, she'll walk along the ice while, invisible servant Pierre is prying at gemstones to see if there's anything under the ice that would help us.
Do we
Is
want to
there-
maybe only light 4 chimneys and leave that one as a just in case for the 2 smaller ones that can fit there?
Yeah.
I mean, it still covers like the 4 corners of that rooftop if we light those 4.
This is a hearth up here too, isn't it? In this broken room.
It is, yeah. Yeah, so I guess there's
definitely
6 of them.
that one.
Yeah, so we might as well light this one as well.
Yeah, and it's there is actually one on the upper level as well, right? They have a joined chimney. But that one is just completely covered in like a wall of ice. It's it's got massive thick icicles hanging off its mantle.
Oh, so we couldn't get a fire going in the down here?
Downstairs, yes. Upstairs, no. This one up here.
Okay, that's. I mean, the one below will help to begin thaw shit out.
I just realized somebody's gone and drawn red shapes. That's cool. All
So
right.
Now
this
that you
one,
did that.
this one down here is okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, hopefully, if it's plugged up top with ice, though. Oh, they share a chimney. It'll be okay.
Yeah, they share. They share a chimney. It's just the like hearth itself, the fireplace itself, is frozen over.
Right. Okay.
Basically, this thing has come in here and, frost breathed repeatedly and just coated everything in like 6 inches of ice. It runs up the walls and there's icicles hanging from the ceiling in places, and it's made it about as much of an ice cave as it can for a building. And as you guys compare what you see here to the accounts of white dragons, specific ones, and then sort of general knowledge about white dragons that Louis relayed to you from his books, you really begin to realize that this is not a typical place that a white dragon would live. A cave, deep below ground, well away from sunlight, an icy cavern, that sort of thing. But the thought occurs to you that, dragons are well known for hoarding possessions, for collecting trophies, and what better trophy than a fortress, that you took. And if any of the others of you go up to its lair room, there's the horrifying sight of several frozen bodies. Some of them, as you take a closer look, there are remains where frozen bodies have been eaten and there's very little left of them. This thing definitely likes its meals cold.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we can spend some time lighting the fires. I don't know if Rogar wants to try and figure out what to do, if it's worth repairing the ballista to even try it. Or do we just all sort of hunker down, maybe in this top frozen room, or some of us below, and just wait until the dragon, comes back? I don't know how we proceed from here.
Rogar and Noro.
Rogar's AFK.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
then I guess we'll wait. Rogar and Noro could make a Yeah, I'm just looking for an appropriate skill check for appraising and repairing siege weapons. And there really just isn't one.
Meanwhile, Lunalia and Louis, I would imagine Louis looking through the ice as well.
We will actually cast Detect Magic too and see if there's anything that glows up in that room.
Okay, Beck, sorry.
No worries.
Should make a blacksmithing check. But there isn't one.
For
figuring out how to fix the ballista.
Oh, I mean, I've got carpentry tools. Would that help if it's made out of wood?
That's what I'm thinking. The reason I name drop the two of you guys, you and Noro, is between your carpentry proficiency and blacksmithy proficiency. You'd be able to make a skill check with advantage to appraise and basically to figure out how long it would take, what you need to do, and how long it would take to fix this piece of siege weaponry. I'm
Right.
just looking for an appropriate. I think it's really just going to come down to let's say like intelligence or wisdom plus proficiency.
Uh-huh.
Let's just call it an intelligence plus proficiency. You guys could each make a check separately, or one of you could make a check with advantage.
If we both make a check, is it with advantage or just straight roll?
You know what? It'd be with advantage. Sure.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember back without actually looking it up. I think the having the proficiency of the tools gives you advantage on related checks.
Oh, 13.
Scribble, stop it.
I was trying to remember how to do the movement thing and then
Oh,
have the continued line.
Oh, have it connect? I can never remember.
Yeah,
if it's
so
with advantage, I'll take the first one.
yeah, so Rogar's 19 is enough, and with some help from Noro and Kern actually comes with you guys, and he hasn't had much exposure to them, but he did a little training with them as well. The three of you piece together. It would take you a couple hours of labor to restring it. Winch the rope into the appropriate tension and set it, and repair any of the damage to the firing mechanism. You won't need to fire up the smithy and repair any of the iron pieces in it, but it may only get off a handful of shots. I believe a ballista
Scribble.
in the oh boy, I believe it's a +6 to hit and 3d10 damage.
Whoa.
But would you do that over your javelin with the chain on it?
Well, yeah, I guess does the javelin, spear, harpoon thing, does it look like it would fit in this ballista?
You could make it fit.
Okay.
I'll make it fit.
With the way that you've looking at this ballista, you definitely have a much longer range with this than you would just throwing a javelin or throwing a harpoon.
Right.
And you can between the harpoons you have and the ballista bolts, which are actually roughly the same size, 5 to 6 feet long. You could rig something up to either fire one of the harpoons out of the ballista or take the chain rigging off of the harpoon and attach it to one of the ballista bolts or several of the ballista bolts instead.
Right.
I'm really having a heck of a time finding these things, but I'm pretty sure it's 3d10 damage, piercing damage, and it's +6 to hit. Just a straight +6 to hit. It doesn't use your skill at all.
Just an FYI, it is approaching 9:30.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just looking for.
Can
a good
they
spot
attach a chain to the ground?
Yes. Yeah, you can. You've got 100 feet of chain.
Mm-hmm.
You can definitely find a way to anchor it to some stonework or something like that. Yes.
Because if it's just attached to the ballista, it's just gonna fly off with that shit.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
No,
you attach Noro to the other end, and he
you
climbs
throw
up the chain and gets on the
couple
dragon.
couple beefy boys on the other end, and it might be okay. Or you might just get
Oh,
to see
fuck.
Goliath fly.
No.
Uh,
We attach the end of the chain to the immovable rod. Done.
Oh Jesus,
Ooh.
That shit's not moving.
that's insane! Holy crap. Yeah. Let me. Let's see. What is its? Wow. That's insane. Well, there you go.
I mean, even just having one chain attached to it, if it hits, would be pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Would it
Click.
break the chain though?
That's
probably
Eventually,
have-
it might.
Yeah, it'd probably have an easier time breaking the chain than moving the rod, but
There, lad. It's dwarven made chain. It'll be fine.
Lasts forever.
Don't trust it. I might have been drinking when I made it.
then again, I don't.
We killed your NPC. That chain's gonna be flimsy as shit.
But then again, we wouldn't really need it to sustain a lot of damage, just enough damage that if it's flying and we shoot it and hit, that it would stop it from flying.
Yeah, or shoots it into its wing and tears a hole through it, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just pulling the curtain back here and letting you guys see the inner workings of this, just so you're aware of, it's not arbitrary. I am I am rolling on a small table to see what the dragon is doing. So for each hour that passes, there's a chance it could come back, and I don't actually know what that chance is.
And how many hours have passed so far?
I'd say you guys have spent an hour exploring this place, and are hunkering down to make a game plan. The lighting of the fires and the guys looking at the ballista and determining how it'll take a couple more hours to fix it up. It leaves you 1 hour in with up to 2 more hours to go if you decide to use the ballista. If you don't, there also is the matter of breaking the secret doors, or blocking up the path, or just leaving it and possibly having to deal with kobolds.
I mean, I think if we just take the wheels that open the doors from the inside off, it doesn't have to prevent them forever. It just needs to prevent them from coming up mid-fight.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so with are you guys going to repair the ballista now that you know what its stats are? +6, 3d10. Can launch a chain.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say it's worth it.
Have it at least repaired and prepared.
Or attempt to.
Right, so that there could be a shot.
Okay. Sorry, I'm going to give you the range on the... oh boy. You know what? I'm having a heck of a time with D&D Beyond search, so I'm just going to go to page 255 of the Dungeon Master's Guide.
Range is 120 and 480.
Oh, cool. Yeah, so, a good 120-foot range on it. Yep. +6 to hit, 124, 80, 3d10 piercing. Must be loaded and aimed before it can be fired. It takes 1 action to load the weapon, 1 action to aim it, and 1 action to fire it. So it is either you have to get creative or you have to have 3 people man it. You could cut down on that by having 2 people man it and just have it preloaded. You could also cut down on that by using, like Rogar could use his action surge.
Mm-hmm.
And Louis, I'm not sure about your unseen servant, but I'd say if it can lift and move or interact with things, I'd let that be one of the 3 actions.
It can, but I was planning on having it work on like barricading with furniture and shit. I don't want him digging up gold. That's going to take forever. I was going to have him barricading those other 2 doors.
Yeah, Lunalia's moved downstairs. The hidden doors, she's opened both of them. She just wants to have a peek inside the crypt.
Okay. Well, here, I will move you guys to the crypt map real quick.
So before that, though, did Louis... I went up to the room upstairs and cast Detect Magic.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything that I noticed in the dragon's lair, like under the ice, that is radiating?
Yes, there is. There are 3 items, and I don't have them rolled up yet. Would knowing what they are potentially change things to where you'd try and retrieve them and use them in the fight, or?
I don't think
know.
so,
I mean,
based off what you said in Discord earlier.
What did I say in Discord?
About having to identify and use a rest to
Yeah, that's fair. Like you would need a short rest to if they're powerful enough, you're probably going to end up attuning to them. You'd need a short rest for that, and Louis would have to cast the identify spell on him if you didn't want to burn 2 short rests to ID them and then attune.
Unless it looks
Yeah,
like
I mean,
it
I
is
guess
something obviously is going to be helpful. Like, is there a giant silver-tipped harpoon in there? If not, then I think we could probably leave it.
Yeah, so the question is not because I'm not going to tell you what it is right now because I haven't rolled them up yet. I was just going to go roll up random loot, but when it kind of became obvious that this wasn't going to be done this week, I left it. If you want me to roll that now, like after the session, and message you guys with what it is, I'll do that because it's going to be pretty obvious, right? Like with detect magic and the fact that you can kind of see through this clear ice that's all over everything, you're just going to see what it is. So why don't I do that? And then that'll fuel your guys' plan for next week. But I am going to...
Yeah, I think if something was worthwhile enough looking, then I mean, it would take a while, and I'd probably maybe need some help from Lunalia to try to get into something. But
So
Yeah,
Lunalia,
Go ahead.
Lunalia, you check out the basement. You find a 15-foot wide room with arched ceilings, 3 doors, and the stairwell at the 4 cardinal directions. I think I put you guys on the map so you can see it. Do you open the doors at all, or?
She is just looking for the entrance to the tunnel.
You check out the doors. I'll just make this short. You check out the doors. They don't appear to be locked or trapped, and you do find a breeze, just a bit of moving air coming from beyond one of them. You open it a bit and you listen, and you spend long enough listening. You think you hear movement, the skitter of claws on stone.
Okay.
And you're pretty sure it's this way.
Okay.
You don't think they heard you or saw you, but you get the sense there are things living down that way.
Okay. She's going to stay down there until somebody comes down to start working on barricading.
Okay.
Her intention is to, while nobody else is down here, talk to kobolds.
Okay. If that's what's going to happen, can you and I do that separately, like outside of a session? Because I'm curious to see where that leads, and whether it has any impact on next week.
Yeah,
but
and it'll take too much time to do it now in this session.
I think it'll be a fun aside to do that might be a neat surprise for the rest of the party, depending on how it goes. Or they might just come down here and find you dead. One of the two.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'll let the dice decide.
We could even do it on Discord and put it up on the CD channel.
I will put you guys back on the main map. So I think with your plan in place, we'll start next week with just a real quick hour by hour playing him as combat turns. What are you doing and what do we accomplish by the end of the hour? I'll make some rolls to see if the dragon shows back up. You have Kern's offer to use the sending spell to try and distract it away if it shows up early while you're in the middle of things. And that might be dependent on a deception check on his account, depending on the type of message you ask him to send, or if you just let him figure it out for himself. I'm more than happy to do that as well. His idea was basically just to taunt it, to either to get it to show up when you want it to, or so you can spring a trap, or to delay it showing up so you can finish getting ready for it.
Yeah, because it's going to suck if they get partway through fixing that ballista and it shows up.
Yeah, like, his
it's
idea
well, we
was
wasted those hours for nothing.
His idea was taunt the dragon, right? Send it a message saying, fine, you blocked us from coming up the mountain to you. We're at the bridge over the river, you know, or something like that. I don't know. Just something to try and draw it away from there. You want a piece of us? Here's where we're at. Come get us.
Yeah.
So, is the ballista where we want it at?
It pivots, so but that's a good question. You could try moving it somewhere else.
I mean, it's level with the other platform across the bridge, and
Yeah,
It's
it's
in a-
level with like this big ice sheet, isn't it?
yeah, I think it's fine there. The other one is lower though, like on the other, on the lower platform. So
Yeah, but isn't
probably
it
wouldn't use
more
that one.
broken?
Yeah, you can only repair one of the two. The other one is the actual winch mechanism that draws it back is broken and would take some time to repair. Between you and Noro, you definitely could do it, but it would be like a day or two worth of work, and you probably have to fire up the forge downstairs.
Also, my other question is, how does heat metal work? Would it work on like a big old pile of coins?
Yep.
Yeah.
Or a potential magic weapon or something down there too.
Mm-hmm.
I was
Yep.
just thinking to melt the ice,
Yeah, you could.
or that would get the.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like Louis said, he'll probably need help. Lunalia has several things she can do. She has a fire elemental. She can heat metal.
Yeah, the ice isn't magical. It's just, it's layered
just a
on
lot
so
of it.
thick that, even direct sunlight doesn't. It just causes it to steam. It doesn't really melt.
I just wasn't sure how heat metal worked because I thought it said like an object whenever I looked it up. So I didn't know if an object is a pile of coins or one single coin.
I'd let you use it on a pile. I guess the only question I have is it a touch-based spell?
No. 60 feet.
Oh, yeah, then easy.
I just have to be able to see it.
Yeah, so that would be an easy way to get one of the in a minute. Yeah, like you could melt it out of the ice in a minute.
Obviously, it's not going to work if a book is one of the magic items. But yeah, any metal weapon, any pile of coins, or platinum bars or whatever.
What about a harpoon?
Yes, I can heat metal on a harpoon.
Fire a harpoon into the dragon, heat metal on it,
Yeah, it's I
burn
don't
it
think
from the inside.
I don't think it does that much extra damage though, right? Like the dragons aren't
2d8.
Yeah, it's an extra 2d8 damage for every turn that it's stuck in the thing, basically.
Right.
Or you could wrap chains around the thing and heat metal the chains and do a little extra damage there. But it's only 2d8 in any case. Is that worth it? Well, it's up to you.
Much to plan.
It's just options.
Well, if you guys are okay to call it there, I'm keen to jump right into it next week. I was kind of hoping to get to it this week, but as is my way, I tend to drag on. So
Get it? Drag on?
oh god, I didn't actually intend it, but I'll take it.
I'm
So
gonna report
we'll-
you to a Discord admin.
So we'll see you next week, and I will send you guys the magic items as soon as I roll them up, so you can see if they're something you want to try and use in this fight or not.
Right on.
Yeah. Thanks for murdering my guy. Good job.
Welcome.
I'm Darkstar.
I'm just a henchman.
I didn't.
He
murder
started
him.
it.
You made the call.
Yeah, well.
He shouldn't have lied. He was a bad man, and I could see his intentions.
Was he bad or was he just bitter?
Well, whatever. He lied about it.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I thought he was a cool character. I didn't want to kill him, but
I
we
didn't-
started attacking him.
I
I'm
didn't
not letting
necessar-
someone go.
I didn't necessarily want to kill him, but I wanted him taken care of. Just telling him to go home was not going to work because he said, "Yeah, okay, fine, yeah, I'll go."
Well, what does taken care of mean?
Unable to affect us for the next couple of days in combat.
Just a little Nothic 2.0.
How else would we do that besides killing him?
Well, exactly. You either got to tie him up and stick him someplace safe and make sure he can't escape.
Arrow to the knee.
Well, after a few days, he'd starve. We should have just cut off his legs. I think that might have been better.
Jesus.
Wow.
What happened to the black spider? I'm not okay with murder. I'm not okay with torture. Isn't that essentially torturing?
Yes,
Fuck your
Yeah,
legs.
that's why he got a quick death. I'm not really gonna go around chopping people's legs off. They need to die. They just die.
Exactly. Lunalia thinks the same way.
The humanitarian approach to murder hoboism.
Yeah.
Lunalia tends to attack things and then, oh, I don't want to hurt it.
That's because that's me saying it. Lunalia's fine with doing whatever she has to do. I have issues with, well, maybe we could listen to his story. Well, maybe we could just give him a second chance. And I need to shut that part of me up because that's not how Lunalia is.
It doesn't work with me there.
No, don't shut that part of you up. That part of you is the only reason I'm still here.
All right, good night, pal.
I feel sorry for
Good
this
night,
guy.
Hummer.
Let's keep him around.
Night, Hummer.
Night, Hummer.
Even making Kern bring him back to life.
He can't. He doesn't have... His spells don't go that high.
Oh, I meant with the healing him after I knocked him unconscious the first time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, he was going to do what he could to try and keep you guys from killing that guy. But there's only so much he could do, and once the avalanche was set in motion, like, there's, he had a couple of spells he could get off, and that's it. And he was going to try and revive the guy, with a heal, and then put a bubble around him to protect him from the avalanche and let him bounce down the mountain and hopefully be okay. But,
See, what I had hoped would happen was that Noro would kick him off the side of the cliff, and that's sort of it. Whether he survived or died or whatever was sort of, well, if he survived, we'll hear about it later, and if
I
he
know,
died, then oh well.
You and I were hoping for the same thing because then I could just leave it hanging and maybe he still exists somewhere in the world, and is bitter and is maybe a problem for future you. But no, he had to make his contested rolls against Noro and slip out of his grasp, and then make it worse by attacking him as he ran away.
Yeah.
We have enough loose ends to deal with as it is.
Well, exactly.
Rogar just wanted to put a couple of arrows in him to, deter him from coming back.
Well, that was sort of what what I was thinking. If Noro just kicks him off the cliff, he might survive. He could have a broken leg. I don't know. It's not my he's out of the picture for now.
But like I said, Rogar did have conflicted feelings about fucking
I
killing
only
him.
put a couple things into him.
Like a lightning bolt.
And a chromatic orb.
And a graspy hand.
I wasn't gonna let Kern heal him.
Yeah.
I
I
don't
was
think-
definitely
Yeah,
considering
yeah.
a counter spell.
I don't think I used any spells.
Also, for the record, Louis is not impressed with Kern's decision-making process. We can't fight the dragon today because I used my one high-level spell to protect someone that was trying to kill us. The logic
Mhm.
there does not work for Louis.
Yeah, well, Kern's not logical. He thinks with his heart.
Which puts him at odds with Louis for sure.
What level can Louis cast at? 5th level?
He wasn't trying to save the guy. He was trying to stop you guys from becoming bad people. He's
What
not
if we're
mad at
already
you.
bad
He's just
people?
disappointed.
Right.
I think I'm
not
gonna
bad
stop the
people.
stream. Bye everybody.